Mother Nature traded out cats and dogs for lions and bears, you'll be glad you called us to clear your block drains and prevent dangerous power surges so your home can stay safe and comfortable. Plus, with Horizon's same-day water heater installs and repairs with no emergency service fees, we work fast to ensure you have all the plumbing and electrical help you need. So book horizonservices.com now and enjoy the comfort of your home without worrying about whatever kind of zoo that's coming down out there.
Make your money work a little harder this spring with a growth checking account at First Harvest Credit Union. It keeps everyday spending simple, and you can earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more. Want to grow your savings even more? Check out our growth savings and competitive share and IRA certificate accounts. Get started at firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or stop by your nearest branch. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Party planning for tournament time? Start with the food. Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage is made for watch parties. Big, bold flavor. And the best part? It's already out of the casing. So just cook and go. Add it to crispy flatbreads, pasta dishes, or your favorite game day recipes. Brackets may bust, but you'll always win with Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes. Hatfield. Better care, better pork.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-566-3062. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-566-3062. That's 800-566-3062.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installations take just one day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Besides all the breaking news that's going on, I'm supposed to have this stinking bracket, the NCAA. I have this.
Wait, you got like 20 minutes to do it.
No, I
no.
Till before noon.
Oh, it's
the
noon?
noon.
Oh, okay, it's 11.
So I got to pay some. Like, I got to. Where's Jimmy Kelly?
How much you paying?
I know.
I'll do it.
Right? I need $20, and I'm like, they just told me.
$20? I need more than $20. What are you playing for?
I don't know.
Yeah?
It's whatever the thing. Go do the thing. I sound like,
whatever the thing. Yeah.
The thing.
That thing.
You know,
that thing.
the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Victoria Coates, the cool thing with, I'm honored that she's coming on. Remember, she had spoken out during our great Travis Manion Foundation event last week to help raise that money. But as well, we'll tell you about an upcoming event in Montgomery County that you can go to. And I'll be there with her and doing a little speech, and then I'll be interviewing her. So it'll be a wonderful upcoming event at the end of April that we're promoting and talking about as well. So very exciting, and it's anybody can go to it. So we got that going on, which is nice. So do you want to go to one more bite? One more, I call it a bite, but
whoa,
what? Well, in TV news, you call it a bite. It's a sound bite, sound on tape. So
is that what the SO?
Mm-hmm.
Just
SOT,
a little behind
sound
the
on
scenes.
tape.
You are incredible at prep, and I've seen that SOT full before. I never really understood what SOT meant.
I'm sorry.
I'm not a TV person, but
so it's sound on tape.
Ah.
So it's or a bite, as you call it. We call them little bites, like a nugget. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
On the script.
Before you go to Hegseth, I don't know if you saw, I put in your notes, but while we were doing the big three, the full confirmation vote for Mark Wayne Mullen did come down. It was official. I'm sorry, the committee vote to send it to Senate. I do have the clip of that if you wanted to play that back. And you'll hear a voter who we thought would vote yes did indeed vote yes. Take a listen.
Does anybody wish to say anything on the Republican side or otherwise? Okay, if not, the committee will now proceed to the consideration of Mark Wayne Mullen to be Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Johnson.
Aye.
Senator Langford.
Aye.
Senator Scott.
Aye.
Senator Hawley.
Aye.
Senator Moreno.
Aye.
Senator Ernst.
Aye.
Senator Moody. Senator Peters.
No.
Senator Hassan.
No.
Senator Blumenthal.
No.
Senator Fetterman.
Aye.
Aye for
Senator
Fetterman.
Kim.
No.
Indeed.
Senator Gallego.
No.
Senator Slotkin. No. Senator Paul.
No.
Yep.
Oh, you stinker.
8-7. Fetterman votes yes. Paul votes no.
Thank you, Senator Fetterman. Well, look, at least Rand Paul is consistent, right? We could have predicted that, but that's just that's the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. And the vote, as you hear, just came down. And it's expected that actually Senator Mark Wayne Mullen he'll get confirmed, and he'll lead the Department of Homeland Security. And we hear nothing anymore about who, Secretary Kristi Noem, out. She'll be out of there. Yeah. So that continues on. And so there you hear the vote. It's mostly along party lines, unless of course you hate each other. And so Rand Paul, here's the thing, I would be curious. Rand Paul knew that was going to come down, and he knew that he'd make it through. Because I don't think he would have voted. I think he would have sucked it up had he known that his was the deciding vote. It was not. That's my 2 cents. But what do I know?
So he can thank Fetterman.
But I think that they knew the whole thing.
And you were teasing before we went to that the Hegseth press conference, and you've been stressing this on this show, the media coverage of the Iran war.
Yes.
He had a direct message straight to the media. Do you want to hear that?
Yes.
The media here, not all of it, but much of it, wants you to think, just 19 days into this conflict, that we're somehow spinning toward an endless abyss or a forever war or a quagmire. Nothing could be further from the truth. Hear it from me, one of hundreds of thousands who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, who watched previous foolish politicians like Bush, Obama, and Biden squander American credibility. This is not those wars. President Trump knows better. Epic Fury is different. It's laser focused. It's decisive. Our objectives, given directly from our America First president, remain exactly what they were on day one. These are not the media's objectives, not Iran's objectives, not new objectives, our objectives, unchanged, on target, and on plan. Destroy missiles launchers and Iran's defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild, destroy their navy, and Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Our objectives from day one. To the patriotic members of the press, nobody can deliver perfection in wartime. This building knows that more than anyone. But report the reality. We're winning decisively and on our terms.
That is War Secretary Pete Hegseth speaking out, a great message, and calling out media bias or bias by omission on not reporting on the full picture. I think that's essentially what they're saying, that we've never seen anything like this. And on this level or this scale, the might and the power of the United States of America. And that's why I do believe that this will be over in weeks. And I think it does set the table, if you will, because first you got to clean off the table before you set the table, just to use a little family dinner analogy there. You got to clean the table off, then you can put the tablecloth down, then you can set the table. And I think President Trump will be remembered for a courageous move, and this will set the table for generations to come, where really, in my personal belief, we will see a time of unprecedented peace and prosperity thanks to this action. So let's go to now Dr. Victoria Coates, who, by the way, has just put out a piece just this morning, her latest piece, Saudi Arabia's petro line undercutting Iran's energy blackmail and offering a lesson for America. So I'm honored to welcome in somebody who you heard from on our great Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon fundraiser that raised, thanks in part to you, Dr. Victoria Coates, Heritage Foundation, National Security Foreign Policy VP, and former Trump administration Deputy National Security Advisor. I could spend 10 minutes just introing you with your incredible resume and all of your experience. Dr. Coates, thanks for being here this morning.
Wonderful to be with you, Don. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. And I did want to let you know, TMF, I know you were gracious enough to call in, and thanks in part to you and your great words about the Travis Manion Foundation. $110,000 and counting with the donations from our day of fundraising. So thank you.
Well, thanks to everybody in the WPHT family for participating in that. It's such an important thing for Philadelphia, for the region, and for our vets writ large. I mean, that Travis's legacy continues to be honored and to grow is just a wonderful, wonderful thing. So appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely. Let's talk about your latest piece in the Washington Times, if we could. There's so much, it's amazing to me, Dr. Coates, when you watch on one channel, if you only watch one or two channels on the left, you think that this is all a disaster and we are being beaten or something. And then if you watch other channels, this is something unprecedented and great for America. And a lot of people, well, maybe they're not paying attention, but they might not really understand what's happening here, the ramifications. So whether they're fearful or they just don't know what's happening, we always want to set the record straight. Can you talk about your latest piece here as you're writing about what's really going on in this region?
Well, thanks for that. This is the Washington Times piece is really about what we're learning about resilience in global energy markets. And that touches each and every one of your listeners when they go to the gas pump. So this is something that's deeply relevant to the American people. And, everyone asks, why can't we just pump more here? Well, we can and we will, but that doesn't solve the issue that we are part of the global energy markets. So, when you bottle up 20% of the world's energy in the Persian Gulf, that's going to have an effect on prices that we can't mitigate. So that is a pain point for the American people. But what do we learn from all of this? We learned that the Saudis in the early 80s built built when during the Iran-Iraq war for the same reason, built this Trans-Arabia pipeline called Petroline that we thought could move about 5 million barrels a day. They ramped it up. It's close to 8 million barrels a day. And, that is well over a third of what usually transits through the Strait of Hormuz, which is what is being menaced by the Iranians. So that's a real success story. What does that tell us? It tells us we need that robust, redundant infrastructure to move product, in this case, to get around the Iranians. But you could talk about it in the United States for everything from a natural disaster to a terrorist attack. We have to get after building our pipelines. This is a huge Pennsylvania issue, and then also a Texas-Louisiana issue. It's an Alaska issue. I'm actually down in Miami at the Miami Security Forum. I had the opportunity to interview the governor of Alaska, Mike Dunleavy, last night for our forum. And he was talking about the pipeline they're building to Japan, unimaginable 10 years ago. That's now an opportunity. So this is a Middle East lesson, yes, but with real relevance for us here at home.
And I know during the previous administration, this is not widely reported, President Trump brought it up actually, that, and maybe part of this had to do with COVID in the previous administration, Dr. Coates, when I look at our reserves and how you look at the graph and they went way down, they were tapped into. How much of that also can we learn from as far as not letting those, be depleted no matter what's going on?
No, that's a really important point. And at the Heritage Foundation, we're working on a post-war event where we're calling it Getting the Strategic Petroleum Reserve Right. That we have this extraordinary natural phenomenon, these salt caves down on the Louisiana coast, where we can store millions of barrels of oil. And we have traditionally, and the SPR was established in the 1970s by Congress to be a buffer against, again, these kinds of events in the Gulf that we had realized from the 1973 Arab oil embargo, that we were so vulnerable to because we were importing a lot from the Gulf at the time. So we discovered the salt caves, we started to use them, and you're absolutely correct. The Biden administration used that thing like a piggy bank. That's not why it's supposed to be for. It's supposed to be there against shocks in supply, which is what's being represented here by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. That you don't have 20% of your supply, you can use the SPR to mitigate that. The Biden people used this as a piggy bank to bring down gas prices when there was no constriction in supply. They just wanted to use it for political gain, and they didn't refill it. President Trump has been working to refill it, but that's a process that takes time, and it was a headache that he was left with. But I think going forward, we need to establish benchmarks. What's the bottom line that we need to have in there? How much more can we put in? Do we want to offer free storage to partners and allies who might require it? That can make us much, much stronger, but it's an important issue we have to get right.
And you mentioned in your article in the Washington Times talking about projects, you call out Texas's Oil Western Gateway Pipeline, and specifically, as you just mentioned a moment ago, Pennsylvania's natural gas Appalachian Reliability Project. So how do those get fast tracked in an appropriate way? Because in part, we hear that this stuff, takes incredible investment. It takes time. So how does that get fast tracked? And then what timeline do you think, how fast could it, could we get things back online so that protects all of us?
Those two projects, the Texas and the Pennsylvania one, I picked them because it's Texas and Pennsylvania, so two different ones. I have a habit of working from Texans, as you know, so I'm very fond of them. But one's oil, one's natural gas. They all both go to providing the American people with reliable baseload power. And that's what we need in our bright, shiny AI world that we're all moving into. And so what you need then, as you just said, is certainty that what is being permitted today is going to still be valid tomorrow. And that's where what a lot of the Biden actions were on this were so damaging. They completely caved to the climate extremist lobby, people like Friends of Appalachia, the Sierra Club, the Southern the Southern Climate Law Group. I mean, and these people just sued these projects into submission. So what we need to do now is take advantage of the great work that the Trump administration is doing in terms of deregulation, permitting reform, and then make that permanent by passing laws in Congress. So if a Democrat gets in 2028 and they are still in the Green New Deal, what I would call delusion, and they try to reverse all this, they can't just do it through executive order. They're going to have to go through the Congress, and that would be incredibly difficult to reverse. So I think that's what, if your listeners are interested in this, you can call your congressperson, urge them to participate in legislation that will make these things permanent, because it has such an effect on geopolitics. One of the reasons we were able to surge so much natural gas, some of it out of Pennsylvania, to Europe after the invasion of Ukraine in 2023, was because we had, during the first Trump term, established so many new projects, so much new natural gas was literally coming online as the tanks rolled into Ukraine. So this has a big impact on how we can help partners and allies abroad, but you have to start, well in advance, and you need years to realize these projects.
And you mentioned a pipeline as far as lessons learned. The one time, and I was there actually with Rich Cioli and Greg Stocker, WPHT, was at the White House. This was President Trump's first administration, when, of course, he was pushing for the pipeline that we had talked a lot about, the deal that unfortunately was then undone under the Biden administration, but a pipeline that would go from Canada straight down to Mexico, and thinking about that kind of, what about, Keystone XL or the deals with other countries to create these pipelines and those types of projects. It's not just good for our energy, but also it's great for jobs and everything else.
Oh, it is. It's good for everything. And the other thing, and I was talking to Governor Dunleavy about this last night, is this does not mean we are pillaging the environment. You can create so much wealth and so much prosperity through these projects that can then be invested in our environment. That's what they're doing up in Alaska. I mean, they have no interest in destroying the incredible natural beauty of our country. They want, to harvest these resources, but do it responsibly. And in terms of Keystone XL, that project's now, I think, close to 15 years old. So if we want to revitalize that kind of project, it's better in a way to start from scratch, because that's all pretty outdated. And yes, it was the fault of both the Obama and the Biden administrations that was scrapped while it was in progress, while people were out there doing their jobs. They just went away one day. And that's what's unconscionable about this. And as we go into the next round of trade negotiations with Canada and Mexico that will be coming later on this year, I think how we coordinate energy-wise, what kind of projects we want for the Western Hemisphere is really, really important. Because bear in mind, we're also adding Venezuela to that family of friendly producing nations. And I think if I'm not wrong on this, if you look at Mexico, Venezuela, the United States, and Canada, we control something like 40% of the known proven oil reserves on the planet. That's incredibly powerful. So if we link up those natural resources with a robust, redundant infrastructure system, in the next time the Iranians want to close the Strait of Hormuz, hopefully they'll be under new management too. But in the event that they act up again, we won't care so much, because we will have this incredible consortium of producers.
Well, Dr. Victoria Coates, thank you so much. We look forward to talking about a big event. I don't know if I'm supposed to say it quite yet, but I'll tease it a little bit. Big event coming up in April where you'll be here in our area, and so I'm honored to be part of that. But we just thank you for all of your brilliance and your expertise. Thanks for letting us pick your brains a little bit.
Thank you, Dawn. Always good to be with you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Victoria Coates. So there you have it. I mean, I think it's so true when you think about preparing for the future and then looking at, this administration. I think overall, one thing that strikes me, and I don't know if it strikes you as well, but I remember when President Trump at some point, maybe it was on the campaign trail or even in his first administration, he talked about the advantage of a country like China. That they have the advantage of setting forth a 100-year plan. And so on one hand, obviously they're communists and all of that. But on the other hand, they plan 100 years ahead. So things like AI, things like energy, right? All of what they can plan ahead for, and then how they have an advantage over us. Because yes, we do have a democracy. We have a Congress. We obviously have checks and balances. I believe in all of that, and I know you do too. But on the other hand, we have to look ahead. I think that's part of what President Trump, when he looks ahead to an Iran, the bully on the block, and the number one funder of terrorism in the world, to take them out, to rip it out by the root and say, no, we're not going to have this anymore. What does that do? It means peace, true peace and prosperity worldwide, and not just basically patching something up and waiting for it to come back in a few years. So that's what I see here. 855-839-12. I'm not even saying the number here. 855-839-1210 is the number to call. So we'll talk about all of it. Get your take. I know I'm distracted because I got to get this stinking bracket. Dan, I got to hand this off.
Yeah, you got.
Don't tell Greg Stocker, but
you're running out of time here.
I'll figure it out.
How are you doing it? Are you doing it like based on
I
actual knowledge,
fill
or
out a sheet?
Maisie was
No,
all
I'm not.
stressed out last night. I said just pick the cuter
Knowledge.
mascot of the two, and she actually
Yeah.
had fun doing it. You know.
I always go with anybody local.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the better mascot.
Yeah.
Anybody local. And then I go like, who's my dad like? Who's Charlie Kirk? Who did he like? You know what I mean? Like I do stuff like that. And by the way, as I think Nick Cale said it the other day, he's like, yeah, Dawn will win. Because it's just so, it's like a lottery ticket.
Are you
know
going
what I mean?
against Alabama in spite?
Oh,
you should. You got to vote against Alabama. Yeah. That way, you know, when they get bounced out of the first round, you can say, haha, Nick.
You can't do that. You can't do that. My other obsession.
Boo, Alabama,
I
boo.
know. No, I'm like.
Uh-oh.
What?
Are you filling out your?
Yes, sir. Oh,
You're filling this out now?
Yes, I'm filling it out
Greg,
right now.
she's complaining about filling it out. She's not. She's not filling it out. She's
The first game is 12:15.
So I have to do it before 12. All right, I'll do it. I'm doing it.
Come on.
All right, I'm doing it.
You
guys
have
gotta help
time.
me.
Yeah, like it's not like you're on the air for 6 hours. You have time to do this.
I should have put this. I should have put it online and had others.
YouTube chat, youtube.com/@12
Totally.
and WPHT. Like, subscribe, click the bell for
You guys,
notifications. If you have a suggestion
shout.
for a winner,
Yeah, please.
we'll put it on that
Can we
bracket.
just fill it out? All right.
Greg,
while
did
we-
you do yours?
Of
No,
course.
I'm-
Oh, you
no,
did.
Hold on, Greg's giving
I'm
you
gonna do it in a
crap. Yeah, he comes over, you're looking at the sheet.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. I got my contact. I had to put my glasses back on. I think the contact. I don't know what I did. I'm a mess.
You're blaming your contacts now?
This one, the right one. It was fine all morning, and then all of a
She
sudden,
offered me $20 to do it.
I did. I offered. Is that a bribe?
Can I just say this? So Jim Kelly filled out his.
Yeah.
You know who he has going to the final? UPenn versus Texas.
Well, what if? What if?
Wait, what's
UPenn versus.
What are the odds?
What are they?
UPenn is a
14 seed.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, but I'm okay. Not for nothing, but I'm too competitive to just be stupid. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh,
come
you
on.
got to be stupid with it. That's the fun
all
of it, you know? Villanova in the championship for Dawn.
All right, can I talk about Chapman?
Please do.
Because, I recommend, for many years now, I've recommended Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding because I know them. They've done beautiful work in my home. I love their people. I love the crew. And I know it's going to be great. So they're family-owned, and the family started this. Mike and Mark Chapman, two brothers. What if my Michael and David, what if they went on to start a great business, and how proud I'd be? That's what I always think. When I hear two brothers or family starts a business, you've got me at hello. But Mike and Mark Chapman, family-owned, family-operated, and they pay people. They retain the same people. You know why? Because they pay them properly, and they treat them awesome. They train them in, and they're great at what they do, and they love what they do. And you can see that love in the work that they do. And by the way, they've been serving our area since 1971. One of the reasons that if you do look them up and you want more than I'm giving you right now, look at all the thousands of glowing reviews, some 6,000 and growing with all those reviews. Chapman, they built this reputation of high quality products, expert installation, high quality people. No high-pressure sales tactics, just honest guidance and hard work, and you can trust them. I can vouch for the Chapman family team. So here's the thing. Right now, you save 20% off siding. That's 20% off the siding materials. Plus, take advantage. No interest, no payments for 18 months for a year and a half. How sweet is that? If you're ready to upgrade your home before the summer heat arrives, schedule your free estimate today. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Everything's in writing. Everything's up front, and they work within your family budget. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Nick Kale for my friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. Find high-quality, pre-owned furniture from top brands like Stickley, Baker, and Ethan Allen on sale right now for 20 to 50% off store-wide during their spring sale. Whether you're furnishing a new space or refreshing your current one, there's never been a better time to bring home timeless pieces at unbeatable prices. Visit their showroom in Hatfield, PA, or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Sale runs March 20th through the 27th. Some exclusions do apply.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
David DeFranco, and I became a client of Crash Proof in 2014. What led me to crash-proof retirement was the crash in 2008. I lost $300,000 in my portfolio, and I made a promise to myself I would never let this happen again, and that's when I looked into crash-proof. I've been very happy with it ever since. Never lost a dime, only ever gained. The interest you gain is more than enough to cover any inflation and expenses. It's the best time to come into crash-proof because I enjoy the gains, but I don't have to worry about the losses. I'm very thankful to be in crash-proof because I have one thing a lot of people don't have: peace of mind. I sleep like a baby.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on Tuesday, April 14th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Larry Older here. You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like that of Sandra. She tells us, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on the radio for a couple of years, and I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping my back pain. I know the feeling. With a 3-week quick start, she said, I went for it. Now I feel like a new person. That's Sandra's own words, and it's so gratifying to hear. I've told you about my brother Kirk, having difficulty going up and down the stairs in the morning. He wouldn't listen to me. I told him to take Relief Factor. He finally did. Began moving better, feeling stronger. Too bad he didn't listen earlier. Try it for yourself. The 3-week quick start. And see how Relief Factor could be your game changer too. It is only $19.95. Think about it. Do the math. Less than $1 a day. So call 800-4RELIEF. That's 800, the number 4RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com, all one word, relieffactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, relieffactor.com.
What's in a smile? That's the question. I say everything. A smile lights up the room. And that's why I want you to see my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I love the fact that Dr. Mike is my family's dentist. I love that he gave my wife a beautiful smile upgrade last year. And I love the fact that for 12 years in a row, Dr. Mike Veneria has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to Dr. Mike for the really complex stuff. They put their reputations on the line, and they've been doing that for over 12 years, and Dr. Mike delivers for them and their patients each and every time. When it comes to your health, especially your dental health, please don't cut corners. Your smile matters. It lights up a room. And with 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, it's easy to get to from wherever you are. So make your appointment today to get your free dental implant consultation and trust the official dentist of the Zioli family, Dr. Mike Veneria, VeneriaDental.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Ton of breaking news, and we'll get you all of this as we look at what's going on locally, and then as well thinking about Iran, because there's a lot there that we want to get to. I want to update you. Yesterday I had reported that in addition to Terminal C, this is Philadelphia International Airport, experiencing significant operational challenges. That's the latest one of the reports that we're getting, reports of controlled chaos. That's a quote from some of the people there. What was that? Look at this.
Yeah, look at that.
So this is courtesy Fox 29, my alma mater. Love the folks that... Who is this specifically? Because we always want to give credit where credit's due, Dan.
Yeah,
Fox 29. Okay, if you get it, just shout it out. But look at this. So you see some TV...
Morgan Parrish.
Morgan, great job. So you look at this, the long lines... And so it's Terminal A West, Terminal C, and Terminal F security checkpoints, which had to be closed. We told you that yesterday due to, obviously, the combination of TSA staffing shortages, so staff working without pay all of this time. And this is due to the government shutdown, partial shutdown that we've talked a lot about, and then efforts to consolidate operations because they shut down 3 security checkpoints. I know, I'm sorry. John Denver, if you can. So passengers reporting these long lines, slow-moving security process, unfortunately, particularly for early morning flights. and widespread delays, baggage nightmares. So I'm just saying, pack light, do a carry-on, because you don't want your baggage lost or whatever.
Did I hear that your son's flying?
I know. So I'm a wreck. So
when's he doing that?
He is in North Carolina, obviously in college, and it's his first ever spring break, and he's 19. And so his friends, Lucky David, have the parents have a place or rented a place, which was brilliant. Why didn't I think of this? But they have a place in the Fort Myers, Naples area, I think closer to Fort Myers. So flying from North Carolina to, RSW there in Fort Myers. One of the first TV stations I worked at out of college was a little station called CBS3, or CBS, not CBS3.
I was going to
say. CBS Wink TV. As a family-owned and operated station, or it was, and, where I worked with Hoda Kotb, who else? Shepard Smith was there at the time. They were like the, I don't know, more experienced people than me, but it's so funny how your career goes. But in any event, I love this area. I'm so jealous. But for David, he's got to fly out Sunday.
Go up, hey, David, Mom's here.
No, I have friends. I could stay with Tony Bruno and Miss Robin. They've invited in Cape Coral.
Could you imagine being a college kid and your mom shows up on spring break?
Can I tell you something? He wouldn't care.
No, he would.
No, he wouldn't.
He'd act like to you that he doesn't care.
What? He would not care.
Oh,
Would he care? 855-839-12.
I don't want to use the word,
He
but
loves me.
you're C-blocking to a degree now.
No. He knows that I wouldn't stay. Well, he's staying at one of his roommates' parents' place anyway. But
are the parents there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're there.
Okay. Yeah,
but I would be staying with my friend. One of my best friends in the whole world lives down there. She's a teacher. She and her husband, and so I'd be staying at Colleen's, which is all the way down south in Naples.
Sounds like you got a plan here.
So I can pop in.
Looking at some last second flights. Maybe the prices will drop with all the chaos.
I don't know.
No,
then
I
I'd
don't
have to.
think so.
The problem, normally I would, but I'll tell you this, that, I'm going to Portugal and Spain coming up in a couple of weeks.
Oh, lucky you.
So I'm not going to take Greg Stock. Well, Nick Cale would murder me on live, which might be fun. But I can't take time off to go to
Greg,
Florida.
you'd support that live radio.
Yeah, Greg would be like, fine.
Yes, murder.
So we got that going on. But no, I feel for you. Dan, they're saying 4 hours. Get to the airport. 4
well, hold on. Isn't that kind of
hours?
I'm kind of doing 4 on a normal day now.
No.
Like, what do you do when you show up to the airport?
Hour.
No, really?
Well, because I have the TSA pre-check thing. I've done all the... But they're saying it doesn't matter. So let's say you have your TTF number. You know what I'm talking about, the TSA pre-check thing. You have to go to like Staples and they, do the whole thing. No, it doesn't matter what you have, whether you just have carry-on or no luggage. They're saying at least 4 hours because you're going to stand in line.
Do you want to hear from a TSA agent down in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
Yeah, so the NBC network affiliate spoke with some TSA agents down there and got this audio.
It does not feel great to know that you're doing your job, you're getting paid, and I am not.
Did you know that while members of Congress are still getting paid, TSA officers are not? I can't help but notice that we are at Reagan National Airport, which is a very unique airport in that it is the airport that most members of Congress use.
This is true.
Can you tell me what it's like seeing members of Congress pass through your security lanes? They are paid. It's up to them on both sides of the aisle to get you paid. Can you tell me what it's like to see them pass by?
It's one of those things where you realize, like, you're coming through and I want to ask you questions and I want to have that conversation with you, but it's not the time for it. But it's like, do you see me? Do you see that I'm showing up every day? Do you see that I'm doing the work, that I'm putting in the effort, and there's still no change for me?
See, if I'm a Republican, I'm going through there and I'm telling all of them, hey, we're trying to reopen this. This is the Democrats. I'm getting political if I'm a Republican. But if I'm the TSA agent, I'm going to go, we're going to have to pat everybody down. We're going to slow this down, right? Because
soft strike.
Seriously, everybody at that airport in particular, if they all called in sick, then that would put the pain on all of these congressional members, but especially, whoever you want to blame. I'm blaming the Democrats, but look, I always say we're all getting played, so go ahead and blame them all. All y'all call out sick. See how fast this gets going. By the way, here's the thing, not for nothing.
That's
What?
like a TSA workers union over there.
I know, I gotta be like,
You could be their spokesperson.
come on.
Hammer on the podium.
Everybody calling sick. Not for nothing, but seriously? Okay. Can I just say something, Dan? Maybe it's not going to be popular with you guys. You can tell me. 855-839-1210.
Well, let me preface it with that. It's
Well,
not gonna
I'm
be
just
popular.
saying this. Remember, okay, the border is secure. There's nobody crossing the border right now. All those Border Patrol agents, remember, by the thousands, they were transferred to Minneapolis. Remember that? Where are they right now? Like, if you can have Border Patrols going to Minneapolis or California, then why can't you have them help out at the airport? I'm just saying.
It's fair. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, they might say, well, they're not fully trained in. Okay. So you could do like a little video training thing, have one supervisor. You know what I mean?
I giggle there because we talk
What?
about training of these TSA agents, but have you ever seen the tests that they run on the TSA and how?
No.
Oh, they're pretty inaccurate. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they'll miss a lot of stuff, and it goes viral every couple of years.
Well, but
So it's like, I mean, I think they probably do a better job just with a stricter nature that they have in themselves.
well, it's to your point. Then if you bring in Border Patrol, they can tell everybody, folks, we're Border Patrol, so this is going to be a slow process. We have to pat everybody down. We have to X-ray everything. Everybody's got to take your shoes off, and this is going to be slow. Especially at Reagan International. You know what I mean? Reagan International, it's going to take you 12 hours. We're like, like moving slow motion. We got to look through your bag, Congress member, and then slowly go through it. You know what I mean? Like slow-mo. Almost like a Saturday Night Live skit.
You ever watch Zootopia?
Yes.
You know the sloth when the
Yes.
DMV sloth, and it's just like,
Whoa,
we'll
yes.
be right with
you,
you,
yes.
Congresswoman.
Exactly. Painful. But seriously, I just think you could say it's a national security issue. You could, I think. And you could say that, God forbid, a terrorist got on this plane. So technically, I think there are other things they could do.
Yeah.
That President Trump personally could do, I think. I'm just saying. All right. Do we have to get to...
We do, but you got some comments on social
Ooh.
on youtube.com/@1210WPHT where we're live. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. What do you want to bet we get at least one Fight Club video from Philly International played back on Kale & Company?
Oh, great point. I bet it's so great. You know what? Out of all of this, the only silver lining is Greg Stocker will be very happy. And we want to make him happy. So.
Chaos! Mango also writes, sorry.
Go ahead.
He also writes, David would so care, Dawn. Just let go of the leash. Wow. Really?
Wow.
I don't think... I'm kind of with him, but...
Who said that? David in South Carolina?
No, Mango Mush.
Mango Mush.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's what I would say, in all honesty. I'm the one, because Larry was like, well, let me see your grades. Are you paying for this ticket? That's what Larry, my husband, that's what Larry was saying. Larry's like, let me see your grades. If you have straight A's, then maybe we'll think about paying for your ticket. So I don't know that he got back to him on the grades. Then he called me, Mom. So I bought him the ticket.
And then Joe in Columbus wants to know, are you driving David to spring break? No, we already said that he's flying now.
Yeah. It's some Breeze Airlines, God knows.
Jim says, I have to fly from Juneau, Alaska to Seattle to Philly over the Memorial Day weekend. Good luck. Hopefully it figures itself out by then.
Brutal.
And then Diane writes in, I flew on Tuesday afternoon to Phoenix, Arizona. TSA was 10 minutes at most, but I heard a lot of dissent among the agents. I made sure to thank everyone that was working.
And that's the other question. Can we just tip the TSA agents just during this crisis? I thought of that the other day. Tip them.
No.
Yes, they're not getting paid.
Not giving money to it.
Yes, they're not getting paid.
They're still taking taxes out of my paycheck.
Yeah, but that's not their fault. They're not getting paid. Okay. I think I might tell David he should. Like, well, is that
the only thing? Is
they
like
get in trouble?
Well, yeah. I mean, couldn't you? Would a person observing think that might be a bribe to a TSA agent? Be like,
No,
hey,
after you've gone
hey,
through.
like, let me through, and wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Here's a 20.
But yeah, no, like what if after they go through and you go and then you just and you put money, just to say, I want to buy you lunch because you're not getting paid.
Like a 70-year-old Italian to slide it slowly
exactly.
into the pocket. Like,
are you allowed? Because it's all on camera. Would you get in trouble if it's after you've gone through and then you give them something?
Jimmy also writes, tipping TSA agents he thinks would look like bribery.
Yeah. Even though it's after.
You think?
But maybe it would.
Yeah.
You're probably right. Because, you're not supposed to ever give a gift to your, postal delivery person or the garbage collection people. We would never do that. That's our story, and we're sticking to it. All right. Do we have to take a break? We do have. You have a lot of audio.
Yeah, we have more on Iran coming back. Besant. Why can't I say his name?
Besant.
What's
Think
my
of the
deal?
name like a Bess.
Besant.
Besant.
Besant joined Maria
Like a present.
Bartiromo this morning. Had some comments on Iran. And also during that press conference, we didn't play any of Raisin Kane, Dan Raisin Kane. And he had some great words to the people serving over there. So we'd want to hear from him as well.
Some companies add kitchens and baths when business slows down. At Kitchen Magic, it's all we've done for 46 years. That focus matters. It's why over 60,000 homeowners have trusted us. It's why we're family owned and operated. It's why we manufacture locally. And it's why March is our biggest month of the year. Right now, get 40% off installation on your kitchen or bath remodel. Kitchen Magic. Specialists then, specialists now, specialists always. Call or visit our website now to schedule your free consultation.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I love the Second Amendment, and I love Bob's Little Sports Shop. And for 60 years, Bob's has been in business, helping people become safe, responsible gun owners, myself included. I just went there and bought 2 new firearms, did some range time, working on my skills. NRA range safety certified instructors who will help you, and they'll help you with the paperwork, too, every step of the way. Now, ladies, listen up. They got a great event coming up. Ladies Only Shoot, March 28th at 6 p.m. This women-only event features women instructors in a comfortable, supportive environment. No dudes allowed. No firearms ID card? No experience? No problem. Just bring your interest and willingness to learn. And Bob's is the only range around that does these kind of ladies-only shoots with ladies-only instructors. It's a great thing. So don't wait. Space is limited. Go to bobslittle.sportshop.com. bobslittle.sportshop.com. Safe, responsible gun ownership to protect yourself and your family. It is so vital. March 28th, 6 p.m., ladies only shoot. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-566-3062. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-566-3062. That's 800-566-3062. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Great news. The Bentz Dental Group has not just one, but 2 board-certified prosthodontists with Dr. Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz. I completed a dental implant with them. The experience was great. Each patient is different. That implant journey starts with a comprehensive diagnosis, advanced imaging and technology, and then the magic, the hands-on experience of Dr. Bentz. Give him a call. Schedule your consultation. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group. Say it with a smile.
Don't trip over that uneven sidewalk or live with a sunken patio. Keystone Guncrete levels your concrete fast without the mess of a total replacement. Using advanced foam technology, they lift and stabilize your driveway or pool deck in just a few hours for a fraction of the cost of new concrete. It's a permanent fix that eliminates hazards instantly. Don't replace it, raise it. Visit KeystoneGuncrete.com and mention 1210 for $50 off any lifting project. KeystoneGuncrete.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
So just updating you, if you are headed to Philadelphia International Airport, allow at least 4 hours. Is it true Caroline Levitt retweeted?
She did. Yeah.
About Philadelphia.
That's embarrassing, huh?
That's bad.
Yeah, I have the, go to YouTube, you can see the tweet there. She writes, the Democrats need to reopen the Department of Homeland Security immediately and end their reckless shutdown, intentionally hurting innocent American travelers and depriving federal workers of their paychecks is deeply wrong. Retweeting the video we played from Morgan Parrish there.
Nice. So who you want to go to first? General Dan King?
Hold on, it took me a while to cue this up, but there you go. You're calling for it.
Shame. But I will also say, I think that you can declare, when it comes to airport security after 9/11, I think there's some wiggle room here to declare a national security threat and deal with it. Get whatever. I would say National Guard that's the states, though. So I would go with I'd go with the border control, because it's amazing how much Trump has secured the border. So get border control in there. Figure that out. Fix it. Make it safe.
I like it.
That's my, say if the Democrats are going to do this, we're going to put border control agents to, and then, oh my gosh, can you imagine border control agents?
Uh-oh.
The Democrats would lose their freaking minds. Can you imagine?
Are they allowed to be masked?
Well, they wouldn't. I don't think they would have to be, because they're in the airport.
Yeah.
So they're not going to.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
You'd think they have a second layer of protection there, right? So I got a couple things from the Hegseth press conference this morning. We played back a couple clips earlier, which I do have to your avail if you want to go back and revisit any of those Hegseth ones. But also we didn't play General Dan Raisin Kane, who had some great words for those serving through this war. So did you want to start with Hegseth, or do you want to go straight to Kane there, Dawn?
Go to Kane and then Hegseth.
Awesome. Here's General Kane.
Today I want to continue my theme of talking about members of our incredible joint force. Today I want to talk about some exceptional airmen who are engaged in the fight daily. United States Air Force, Air Force Reserve, and Air National Guard crews within our bomber force. The B-1s, B-2s, and B-52s, and the airmen on the ground who maintain and load these weapon systems. They are the backbone of America's long-range strike capability, and their contributions to Epic Fury have been decisive. Assigned to STRATCOM under Admiral Rich Correll and supported by TRANSCOM, the tanker force that we've talked about, under the command of General Randall Reed, every mission is designed to achieve overwhelming outcomes on behalf of the United States and our allies. Last weekend, I had the chance to go out and see some of our deployed bomber forces, the B-1 and B-52 crews, and I had a chance to sit down with some young aviators and maintainers and ask them, how do you feel? Tell me about your typical day. And these are crews comprised of between 2 and 5 airmen, 2 on the B-2s, 5 on the B-52s, and 4 in the B-1s out there. Some of these Americans are in their early or mid-20s, and we give them the gift of this incredible responsibility, hundreds of thousands of pounds of aircraft, and they take off and go do our work as required. Their mission actually begins the day prior when they're given a target or a bunch of targets, and they begin to study those targets, look at what are the effects required, what are the weapons required to get there, how will we program these weapons, what is the weather, what is the tanker flow. It's an incredibly complex problem that we give each and every one of these crews, and they work it over the period of 24 hours prior, get some rest, and then step out the door to go fly. The last thing they do is they check all of their equipment, their oxygen mask, survival gear, load pistols, and get ready to go. They crank the jets about an hour prior to takeoff and then launch into the daylight, doing their pre-flight checks, and as the kids say, lock in and prepare to go to war, sometimes on a long and stressful journey. During the flight, they're surrounded by technology and capabilities, and they'll do multiple aerial refueling efforts across tankers on the way to the AOR, area of responsibility, either coming from the States or coming from a forward deployed basing. And I will tell you, as a fighter pilot, getting gas is a lot easier in an F-16 than it is in a B-1, B-2, or a B-52, where you are handling this airplane. It is a physical thing, unlike a fighter that's a lot easier. And they stay on that boom for sometimes up to 30 minutes, taking hundreds of thousands of pounds of gas. It is a physical, demanding thing to take gas, and they do it multiple times on the way there, and they do it multiple times on the way home.
You know, it's important to separate out, no matter what your politics, right? If you think this is horrible, I think most of you don't, but it's important to separate out the gratitude that we have for all of our brave military serving around the world, by the way, but especially in this area. And that's why I love that he takes the time to detail the hard work that our U.S. military members, our pilots, everybody over there. And I was looking at this. I love to look. I'm obsessed with all the satellite images, and they were releasing some of them. I know the New York Post, among others, but they're all over the place. These different sat images that are now being released, and just give us a look, I mean, not the entire picture, obviously, but really tell us about the toll of the Iran war and the damage and the damage assessments that are happening. And you look at it, you look at that area, and you think about the might, the military might of the United States of America. We're so quick as Americans. I think of on the world stage, I'll equate it like this, okay? You know how as Philadelphia fans, and you know I wasn't born here. I'm not originally from here, even though I've lived here most of my adult life, and this is home for me, which I love Philadelphia. I love Pennsylvania, New Jersey, our area. But it's a mentality where it's so funny. The Eagles can win, or the Phils, or who the Sixers can win, okay? But if it's not this, kibosh, Monday morning, you can always count on the fact that the sports radio, especially, and they're going to go, "Oh, did you see that?" And they'll be so downer that you will think for a moment, if you weren't paying attention, that we lost the night before, right? If you're Philadelphia, let's say, take the Eagles, for example. There's Sunday, right? Sunday, there's a game. Maybe it's not a beautiful win, but we won. But you listen to sports talk radio the next day, you will think for a moment that we lost. In a way, that's how we are as Americans, I think, when we criticize our country. We have it so good. We in the world are the shining light. That's why everybody wants to move here. Why do you think that the border is this big issue. Everybody wants to come to America, right? But I think in a way, that's my analogy that I'll use, that we are so spoiled in America. We're so quick to critique that you wouldn't really know that we are Americans, that we are the most blessed people to be born here in this great nation. That's how I'll put it. And that I feel that way even with how we view this entire situation, that our military might, it's unprecedented. And so the damage and the damage assessments, as I look at it, it's incredible. When you look at these satellite photos, we are taking them down, and they're not going to make a quick comeback. It's not what we saw in July, where they're hiding under the mountain. So we got that going on. We have other audio. We have other breaking news. I know. I see Greg Stocker, and he's
20 minutes left.
I know. He's like pacing the hallway.
20 minutes.
You guys, I got to cheat or do something.
Weather response.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that either.
Ooh, weather is sponsored by.
But if you're just joining us, Dawn Stensland still has yet to fill out the bracket for the morning show. Yeah.
You got to help. You're supposed to help me, you guys.
You got some help over on YouTube.
Okay, what are you guys saying?
They say go Zips, Akron.
Akron?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, they say put Akron going far.
It's not happening.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
All right. You know who I'll go for? My right eye is like the contact. I don't know. I think it's dry in here. There's dust or something. It's bizarre.
I thought you said you were going to give your right eye for this next sponsor.
I know. Give my right eye to Piazza. You got to think of, oh, by the way, yesterday I totally messed up because I was talking about my husband, Larry's, his CRV. He's got the hybrid, the Honda CRV. And I accidentally said that he gets 300 miles a gallon. So he texted me that he goes, really? Wow, that would be huge.
Thanks, Larry.
It's like 300 plus miles a tank. You guys knew what I meant. I'm like, they know what I mean.
You know, he's lucky that you're on air when he's on air. Else, you know, every time he makes a slight mistake, I'm sure you'd send him a text, right?
Yeah. No.
Come on, Lick.
So we're talking about the all-new 2026 Honda Prelude Hybrid. You got to see it. It's redesigned, cutting edge. It's a beautiful thing. Or what about Honda's complete hybrid lineup, including the popular Accord, the Civic, or the CR-V? Yes, Larry's beautiful hybrid vehicle, his CR-V, gets 300 miles to the tank, okay? Available today, financing at Lowe's, 3.49%, 60 months. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. Experience the future of driving. Shop online first, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather is sponsored by Natural Lawn of America. Spring is coming, and the time to contact Natural Lawn is now. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. 800-FREE-SEED.
PDQ POS is the MVP in point-of-sale solutions. Easy to use with the best support in the industry, and it doesn't take a bite out of your sales with costly fees. It's the choice of all concept food service businesses across the country. PDQ POS has real-time analytics with insights to elevate your team and your play calling. PDQ POS has been rated the #1 point of sale by restaurant owners for more than 35 years, so don't wait. Make the switch to PDQ POS today. Visit pdqpos.com.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Okay, you got to hear this. This is Homeland Security Advisor. This is Stephen Miller, and he's talking about cost. And that's what we think of when you think of the fraud, Doge, the culture that has been created, okay, overall, just zooming out for a second. President Trump, this administration has taught us that we, the people, our hard-earned money, our tax dollars that are taken out of our paycheck every freaking week or every other week, however you get paid, right? And that they take this money that, by the way, you could, spend it on your family, spend it on yourself, get something fixed in the house that you want to get fixed, right? That spurs the economy. And they're ripping us off. It's fraud. It's infuriating. And we're talking about billions with a B, billions of dollars in all types of different fraud, right? That's really what it comes down to. Part of that is and there was a list that was put out that, for example, in Pennsylvania, how many billions of dollars we here in Pennsylvania spend on people who are here illegally. Okay, so listen to this. This is Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller, and he's speaking out. He's talking about ICE and what happened as he's relaying this with ICE agents asking individuals that they've detained, illegals, and how many of them have received taxpayer-funded services. This doesn't surprise me, but just to see it, to hear it, makes me furious.
But what we found since President Trump came into office is that the Democrats have set up a system
to funnel hundreds of billions and ultimately trillions of dollars to migrants that are in our country, oftentimes from places like Somalia. So as an example, ICE recently asked a group of illegal immigrants that were in detention whether or not they were receiving Medicaid. Half of them raised their hands and volunteered that they were on Medicaid. Just volunteered that. These are the ones who are hiding it, right? They also asked illegal aliens how they paid their medical bills, and they said that if they don't have Medicaid, they go to hospitals, they get free care there, and they bill it to the taxpayers. So they aren't paying for any of their own health care in this country. This is one example. And we've seen this over and over and over again. So under President Trump's leadership, and then of course with JD and the head of the FTC, Andrew Ferguson, we are going to see the first ever effort in American history to reclaim the ultimately trillions of dollars that were stolen from taxpayers.
Yeah, so it's wrong. It's another form of fraud. And so this is why, I do support the fact that we need to focus, as Tom Homan has absolutely focused on, what he calls the worst of the worst, individuals here who are criminals here illegally. But at the end of the day, I think we also have to look around and say, well, how much do you owe right now in medical debt? And how fair, because I know I do, Children's Hospital, I still, have my payment plan, especially with a kid who during the pandemic was then, diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, hospital bills, complications, all of that. I have a lot of medical debt that we are paying off. And so to think that somebody here illegally can take their kid and they go to Children's Hospital and they have zero debt. So I'm paying for that, which means when you hear different Democrats, and earlier this morning we talked about, for example, New York's Governor Hochul, that all they're talking about, look at Mikey Sherrill, all they're talking about is either cutting services for us, not for illegals who they've welcomed in, and then they won't let the ICE agents, by the way, stage in any way on state ground or state-owned land. So just take that in for a moment and think of what a slap in the face that is. It's infuriating. It truly is. Hey, Dan, did I get to all of the Pete Hegseth stuff?
Yes.
We did.
Yeah, we played it at least once today. Yeah. If you want to go back to anything, though, the biggest strike one was...
No, that's all right.
Okay.
Because they're saying yesterday, but also yesterday they had huge strikes in Iran. I just want to make sure because you had so much that you pulled. The other piece of it, I forgot to say this earlier. I don't know if you guys heard J.D. Vance speaking in Michigan. I believe that was yesterday. The days and the news cycles go by so fast that sometimes I can't keep up with it. But J.D. Vance, our vice president, was speaking out. And I forgot to tell Nick Cale this, but this is really funny, Dan. You know how we have the grammar jar for years and we talk about grammar? J.D. Vance had a little bit of a Cale moment.
Uh-oh.
And did a run-ran thing, and I laughed out loud. With the, you know what I mean? I don't know. What is that with run and ran? Can we get and that's unusual for J.D. Vance, who obviously, grew up dirt poor, hillbilly elegy, right? Grew up dirt poor, but then went on, obviously, to serve our country, and as a military veteran now, but as well went to an Ivy League school and, all of that. And the only person smarter than him, of course, is his wife, right? Much like Ramaswamy. Sometimes, I think, they talk about their spouse, that they have they married a woman even brighter than them or something, or ahead of them in the class.
I do have some audio from Vance. I don't know if it's where he made the mistake, though, but he's talking about the Republican Party and do you want to support a party that fights for illegal immigration and such, talking about the Democrats. Here's how that sounds.
Two working class Democrats. They were patriotic. My grandfather was a union steel worker for pretty much his entire life. I don't think he would understand the Democrat Party of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, because they don't celebrate American victories. They don't vote for lower taxes for American workers. They don't seem to be happy when America is doing well. And fundamentally, the reason I'm here is to get us to remember we've got an election. It seems like it's very far off. But the reality is, in just about 6 months, you're going to be asked to go to the polls, and you're going to be presented a question. Do you support the party that fights for fraud and illegal immigration, Or do you support the Republican Party that fights for you, for lower taxes, and for good jobs right here in Michigan?
Yeah, it was a great crowd. He was in Michigan. So I love the fact that as we have the national or the international conversation with what's going on with Iran, J.D. Vance is out on the campaign trail. And I know that he's on the campaign trail, meaning he's talking about the midterms, but it's also an opportunity for him to talk to all different voters about affordability. And so I think it's a double whammy, if you will, or a double killing. What's this old saying? What's a horrible saying? Killing two birds with, one stone.
Wait,
it's a horrible saying.
You think it's a horrible saying?
Well, we don't want to kill birds.
We
had a seagull. We had a guy in Jersey, the dad who's going to jail for 8 months because his daughter was attacked by a seagull and bleeding, and they just sentenced him to 8 months in prison.
Yeah, but he beheaded the damn bird. I mean, I feel like there's a point where you kill the bird and then you kind of get a little bit, crazy there and you cut the thing's head off.
I know, but
yeah,
I mean,
no, that's 8 months is ridiculous. I heard you guys talking about it this morning, just how surprised everyone that this guy's getting a prison sentence over it. And is PETA involved in this somehow?
They are, and PETA, they say that he got off light. They're complaining, so it's like. Really?
Them and Greg Stocker, firing squad.
I know, but yeah, J.D. Vance, Vice President Vance in Michigan, speaking inside a manufacturing facility in Auburn Hills there. So maybe I'll do more tomorrow on that. But
so he said kill two birds with one stone?
No, he did not say that. I'm just saying that that J.D. Vance, in other words, he is he's speaking to people about the midterms, but as well, is it helpful for Republicans thinking about 2028? So it was a great speech and a great crowd, and I love the fact that he has the crowd there, and then he says, and we're going to take some questions from the audience, or take some questions, I should say, from the media, but I'll start with the local stations. That's always so smart to do. You know who did that? If you study, journalism media as I have, then that was a Bill Clinton move. Clinton always was wise to make, not in this format, not the way J.D. Vance does it, but he would always make sure that he spoke with local media, and he would prefer them. Do you know why?
Why is that?
Because if you're at the local level, you're not in that press corps, so you tend to, you're the host city of, let's say the vice president or a candidate. And so you tend to not be as much of a jerk, to put it. And also you're not in a bubble. You're not in the Washington press corps, so-called. So you're somebody who's a local reporter or a local anchor. So you're not driven in the black car by the person, driven from your home in your, $10 million a year job and driven in. And so you're not out of touch. You tend to be, if you're a local reporter, you're going to a grocery store, you have kids, you're stuck in traffic. So you tend to relate more to what's going on. And that's probably what you're going to ask about. You're probably going to ask about what people are, feel. And what was Bill Clinton's famous line? I feel your pain. So that was Bill Clinton, was affordability. I feel your pain, right?
It is important to know who is part of the local media, though, because I'll take you back to a story, just real quick. We were in Atlantic City covering Chris Christie, and we were at a press conference. And I was with a legendary broadcaster out of Philadelphia, Tom LeMaine. And Tom was now working for an Atlantic City station. But
Tom was a meteorologist.
He was a meteorologist, but he kind of switched hats later in his career,
okay.
Especially down the shore, because everything's kind of close-knit. He became a reporter for a news station down there. And he stands up to ask Chris Christie a question. And Chris Christie lays into Tom LeMaine saying, sit down, I only want to hear from local people. And man, when he didn't realize that Tom LeMaine was a shore guy, a Philly guy, there was quite the response in the media, the local media, of how disrespectful that was.
I'm so surprised that he didn't, because I worked with Tom here, you know what I mean, at CBS 3 when I first came here as like a rookie, you know what I mean? And love him. But yeah, he's a legend here.
Yeah.
Meteorologist Tom Lemaine.
Yeah, he was one of the first people to play Dion DiMucci's records in the local market. He loves telling that story when he does his show. Yeah.
Oh, that's bad on Chris
there.
Christie. Yeah.
Yeah, right? But yeah, Chris Christie, shunned him, disrespected him, and then there was quite the response from the locals. So like, come on, it's a nice guy there. You don't do that.
Yeah. And he's the weatherman, so people liked him even more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? As opposed to like the news person. Oh, I love it. Great story. Great reference. All right, we got to take a quick break. I believe we got to talk about Kitchen Magic. Love Kitchen Magic. You know, this is their wheelhouse. They do kitchens, they do baths, and it's all they've done for 46 years. And that kind of focus matters. You want somebody that's their lane, if you will, right? You don't go to have like Dan Borowski, who's an award-winning, executive producer, right? You don't have Dan Borowski fix your vehicle. You know what I mean? Because I don't think. Do you have any mechanic skills?
No, I'm terrible.
He's like,
I played one on TV coming up.
But on bump. Yeah, you got to let us know when that happens. But I digress. Kitchen Magic, seriously, this is all they've done for 46 years. They do kitchens, they do baths, and they do beautiful work. That focus matters. 60,000 homeowners, 60,000 homeowners have trusted them. Rave reviews. This is why they're a family-owned and operated business, why they manufacture locally, local employer, and it's why March is their biggest month of the year. Right now, Kitchen Magic, 40% off installation on your kitchen or your bath remodel. Kitchen Magic, specialist then, specialist now, specialist always. Call or you visit their website, kitchenmagic.com. Schedule your free consultation. Get this on the calendar. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Rhea Hughes inviting you to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel, from exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st, it's the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com or stop in today. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
breaking. So much breaking right now. But I wanted to get to this. We talked about the fact that Mark Wayne Mullen was approved by the smaller committee vote then to move on. But I will also say that Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, obviously Trump's new pick to replace Noem for DHS, to lead the DHS Homeland Security. He agreed to meet with members of the Senate Homeland Security Committee behind closed doors after a little dust up. You're going to hear a little piece of it with leadership from both parties, because he could not answer certain questions about his past trips overseas, because you know what? It's classified. So basically what you're learning about this guy, he went on these as a private security, private mission. The guy's a hero. That's what I read out of this. Our government sent him with these bad A,
Senator, I think there's a misunderstanding here that I could clear up if you want me to clear up for you.
Please.
Okay, so this is official trip, and it is classified. But in 2015, I was asked to train with a very small contingency and go to a certain area, which was scheduled for 2016. During that time, I was asked to go through, had to meet certain training qualifications, had to go through SEER training. The training and stuff was kind of fun. The SEER training was absolutely awful. And I have spoken general about my experiences, but I've never spoke specifically on details, on dates, or on the mission. And that was official, and there was nothing in the report to the committee. Actually, it said you do not have to claim any official trips. And like I said, that was an official trip that is classified.
This is an official trip while you were a member of Congress?
Yes. I was a member of Congress.
Oh, 2015. So I asked my son Michael, because of course he would know this because he's not only a war history buff, but he would so I'm like, Michael, what trip could that be? And he says, my guess is Syria. That was his guess, Syria. So I'll be curious as to what Dom thinks, and maybe Road Warrior with John. I don't know if you have a guess, but Michael said, well, most likely Syria if we sent some covert team in. But this guy's a hero, and helping get probably Americans out of Afghanistan in those extractions in 2021. Dom Giordano, do you have a guess?
A guess, you said, Dawn, or a guess?
Oh, no. Sorry. I didn't know if you probably weren't hearing us, but yeah. What's coming up on the Dom show?
Oh, yeah. Matt Rooney here because there's a big rally against sanctuary state status for New Jersey. They actually have a lot of people coming out. And sadly, this Catholic group tonight in Washington, big fundraiser, has Candace Owens as one of their featured speakers. She is out of bounds if you want to have any credibility, any dignity at all. And Joe Kent, who I also think is out of bounds.
Great Dom show just ahead.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball is back, spring is here, and it's time to step up to the plate at Barlow. If you're looking for a grand slam this year, get behind the wheel of the GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park. Or ride in style with the Buick Envista. Whether you're heading to the ballpark or rounding the bases of your daily commute, the Envista delivers. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
Autoimmune disease.
difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $365 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. We are loaded up today. Our guy in the center of the ring, Scott Presler, here later. Matt Rooney in the center in the ring in Jersey. And Alante, oh my goodness, Alante McCauley in the center ring in City Council today. He quoted Lyndon Johnson. He tried to when they tried to stop him because Lyndon Johnson was issuing a racial slur around voting. Alante McCauley is being taken on not by the Democrats, you've heard the guy with me, but by Republicans going after his signatures. They don't want him on the ballot. He's meeting with the lawyers today for the Republican Party. So this will be at 12:30 kind of a pep rally to fire him up even more. Why would Republicans not embrace? You know why they wouldn't embrace it? Because the Republican Party in this area, they want the crumbs. And they don't want you messing with anything that's going to disturb the crumbs that come to them from the Democrats. You know, like getting put on the parking authority or this crumb or that crumb or this zoning thing. They play ball. They lay down. And this is what we're left with. And you know the importance of it. It's not just Philadelphia. It affects the whole state. But I'm going to lead off with something. You've seen the footage. Go to my Twitter at DomShow1210 if you haven't. The footage this morning at the airport around 4 a.m., people trying to get ahead of the curve, having to get somewhere, business, America. The lines back into the parking garage. I don't know about you. I know we all have different things. With some people, it's an animal mistreated, of course. I think most of us. It gets to our heart. It gets the rage going. But you know me if you've listened over the years. When people are held up by morons who don't care about allowing them to move in traffic or just don't care about their lives, and there's no reason for this, that enrages me. It enrages me beyond belief seeing this morning. And I don't think Republicans are doing enough of a job. Get people out there on the lines. Bring them a coffee or something, a donut. Put it in the budget, you buffoons. And tell them the story of what's going on with TSA. That's what you should be doing. That's where we ought to be going here. But that enrages me beyond any kind of belief system imaginable. To see those lines and to see what these miserable, miserable Democrats are doing. And they're also risking our security in addition to having us be at waiting forever in lines at the airport. Kirk, can you play any sound? Okay. All right. Dom Giordano's show. Let's start over. All right. Now, we have good news here in that we have 6 nations, including Japan, who are going to help get through the Strait of Hormuz, okay? Joint statement put out today. But I'm going to play you in a moment when we have it ready. Pete Hegseth confronted today by the media asking about war crimes just because of a statement he made. The media each day, look, I think Hegseth's handling of this with the media is not exactly what I would do, but I think it's called for at the same time. Questions about war crimes vis-a-vis a statement he made about there'll be no mercy in Iran. Iran today hanged a 19-year-old wrestler, all-star wrestler, who was also a protester at some point. They hanged him for that. This is what we're up against. Now, that's not going to get our anger to say we're going to take over Iran. That is up to the Iranian people to do that. Regime change. We're not going to put boots on the ground to do that, any of that stuff. But this gives you an indication of what we're dealing with, of where we're going here. And to see both the Democrats and also principally the media engage in what they're dealing with here is beyond belief. Okay, so this is cut 9. Here's a reporter getting on Pete Hegseth about this comment. Now, again, Pete's in a position here where he's got to be buttoned up. But we are at war. We're dealing with an enemy of religious fanaticism that would kill every progressive they met in a heartbeat. You know that. And yet the media just cannot be unrelenting. Did they do this during World War II? No. Vietnam War, somewhat. But it has been ever since this steady march, and then when you throw Trump into it, toward just a hostile media. All right, so here's the question and confrontation with Hegseth.
Working alongside our partners, the president will look at what makes the most sense going forward. I appreciate that question. Yes, right here.
Crime. Is that the policy of the U.S. military now?
I didn't.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. 2 questions for you. The Vice President has often emphasized that the goal of this war is to denuclearize Iran.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
All right, that was the question in there about the war crime thrown in. Okay? It just is an endless cycle of what we're facing here. How difficult this task is. How incredibly religiously fanatical these groups are, just satanic in Iraq. And we're bringing up questions here about war crimes. Now, one other thing, and we'll go through it during the course of the show. This Joe Kent guy immediately goes on Tucker Carlson for 2 hours. And I'll play you some of the things that he had to say. Of course, he's anti-Semitic. He's anti-Israel up and down the line. He has no receipts, so to speak, on all the charges he makes. Tucker Carlson can't get enough of it. And tonight, and I know how many Catholics are still in the Philadelphia area, a big group, it's called the Catholic Prayer for America GALI 2026. These are heavy hitters. It's big. And 2 of their major speakers are this Joe Kent guy and Candace Owens. Now, I know some people listening in the past may have been gaga over Candace Owens, African-American female, and a conservative on paper. She's a outright fraud. But more than that, she's a hateful outright fraud. And anti-Semitic to boot. She's protected by McCauley and Tucker Carlson. How can the Catholic Prayer for America group, what kind of praying are they doing? Now, the bishops have spoken about anti-Semitic stuff. Maybe they ought to speak to this group, but it's an embarrassment to see this play out in this manner, to give a forum that's prestigious to someone like Candace Owens. And both she and Joe Kent, the guy who was the counterterrorism guy, both of them bring up Charlie Kirk. Is there anything lower than bringing up Charlie Kirk and saying that Kirk was warning about Israel? Kirk is someone who, Joe Kent talked about being blocked from his assassination. Now, this is cut 15. Here is Joe Kent with Tucker Carlson talking about they couldn't investigate the assassination of Charlie Kirk. He also said Charlie Kirk was the one who warned constantly about Israel. And don't get into wars brought up by Israel. Is there anything lower than these people? And the only recourse, we have freedom of speech, First Amendment, we all support it. But that doesn't mean Catholic groups ought to be giving a platform to Candace Owens and this Joe Kent guy. It doesn't mean that Tucker Carlson has any, I think he's lost his mind. I don't think he's this, crazed to bring down the country. Megyn Kelly is. Megyn Kelly will do anything. We know that. So here's a little bit of Joe Kent, cut 15, with Tucker Carlson.
I mean, we still don't know what happened in Butler. We don't know what happened with Charlie Kirk. And by no means am I saying, the Israelis did this or any of that, but I'm saying there's a lot of unanswered questions there. And there is enough data to at least say that there's a good chance that President Trump feels like he is under threat. We're not allowed to ask, basically, was there any linkage between what took place with Asif Merchant, who was recruited by the Iranians to come to America to recruit proxies to kill President Trump. The FBI put a confidential human source at him. All this is public now. This is all out there in the open. And he's arrested, and then 2 days later, a sniper takes a shot at President Trump. We think Merchant and we know the CHS was talking about the human source that the FBI put at Merchant. They were talking about, hey, we could kill the president potentially with a sniper rifle. But then they arrest him. 2 days later, Butler happens. And Crooks, according to the official narrative anyways, is an enigma. We don't know anything about him. We can't get into his devices.
All right, that's enough, Sean, of that point. Now, he did go on, and I'll play that coming up, and talk about Charlie Kirk explicitly. All right, I'd love to get you in. This is a day where things are coming to a head big time. I think we got a great side question that never have done before. Henry is off in Denver. So I was thinking Denver. What are the things I associate with that? I've been to Denver once. Yeah, only once. The mountains, of course. The climate, it could be cold, but it's sunny and all that. Then I thought, no. It's the capital. Colorado was, in my estimation, wasn't it the first statewide to go full bore recreational marijuana? So I thought, in honor of Henry being there, hit us with someone or something that you associate with marijuana. All right? It could be fictional. It could be real. It could be a person. There are a lot of persons that you might connect with it. The first one I connect with is, of course, I didn't inhale. Hillary could tell I didn't inhale. When Bill Clinton testified about that, he said he didn't inhale. He went on a long time with the inhale thing. We're all inhaling, hearing him do it. In addition to that, the film, all-time film, that's just crazy stuff, Reefer Madness. You know, the guy takes a drag on a joint, and then suddenly he's playing the piano like a maniac. There are car crashes. I think it was put together by J. Edgar Hoover in the 30s. But there are so many slang terms, too. So you can say, I got some more, but one in personal experience with Bill Maher. Well, I'll tell you that one. We were invited backstage by Bill Maher, Roe and I. And all I know is there were a lot of edibles or a lot of chocolate there as he was sitting there talking with us. And he had this little bag with them in there. You know, he had a performance over at the Met in downtown Philadelphia, and he was late because of plane connection. So I could know he was a bit hairy. He said he had extra that day, edibles. Kirk, do you have one?
Yes.
Okay.
So when smoking pot, what do you have? The munchies.
Yeah, let's take that one off. Of course, Girl Scouts got caught up in that in Mount Laurel recently, selling their cookies.
Yep.
I would say I'm kind of mixing that one. It's smart entrepreneurial, but I want the Girl Scouts hanging around with a bunch of dopers. Maybe not. Sean, do you have one?
Yeah, I actually got two.
Okay.
So the first thing I think of is the movie Superbad.
Right.
One of my favorite all-time movies. It was a heavy Pots-related. Seth Rogen did a funny job with that movie. And then my second one will be Snoop Dogg. Everyone knows, when you think of Snoop Dogg, you think of marijuana. So, like, whenever you think of Snoop, that's who I associated with with pot is Snoop Dogg.
It was a little worse in Training Day when they had him in a wheelchair and they had to get it out of his mouth. Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. That's a side question. If you have a pulse, this is a big day. Reporters asking war crimes here. We have the joint statement now. We're moving forward with that. That's good with the Strait of Hormuz. But I don't know if that's enough to have the ships get through. Are we back to the same thing? But the thing I'm focusing on, how do we get to those thousands of people, not just here in Philadelphia, but at Philadelphia International Airport today, and say, this is what you get when you vote for these wretched Democrats. This is what they will do to you. Do you not know ICE's budget is covered? They can't stop that. It's in the big, beautiful bill. They're not going to defund it. They're not going to do that. They're defunding the police and everything else. Why do you continue to do this? This is what they do to the American people. They have no conscience, nothing, because they're going to beat the line and go forward. They're in the elite. The Madeline Deans. Yesterday, what was it, 186 Democrats in Congress voted against, if you're caught here, you're here illegally, and you commit some kind of fraud on the American public, like we saw in Minnesota, you automatically get deported. You're going to be out of here. We got you out of here. So what does it take to break through? What's the hold Democrats have over this? I blame Republicans, too. I've told them this for many years. If it were up to me, if I'm in charge of the local Republican Party, I'm going to tell Alante that. He'll do it. I'm down there with all the donuts and coffee and everything else I can get, just asking people, how you doing? And then the ones that strike up a conversation saying, you know what? We would never let this happen. You know who did this. They're doing this to you. And by the way, we're going to fund ICE anyhow. It's already funded. Come on, Republicans. Take advantage of a shot. Trump did that. Remember when Trump was on trial for everything in the world in New York? He showed up at a construction site. He showed up at a bodega. He's giving out food and that type of stuff. Trump gets it. Are you always going to be a doormat? This is a prime time to be there, press the flesh, and say, it's the Democrats. It's always the Democrats and stuff like this. This is what they do. And if you're okay with this, well, then you continue to vote for Democrats. If you don't want to go through this, imagine being there at 4 a.m. trying to get ahead of this and you're in line stretching for a half mile or so. Is that America? Yeah, it's their vision of America. That's who they are. That Madeline Dean, that's exactly who she is. They crawl with it. They can't wait to use the power of the federal government to get what they want. All right, phone lines. It's 855-839-1210. You can jump in and hit me on the side. Somebody, something. There's a ton of them. It's all in the call. Thank you, Henry, for going to Denver. I was going to do mountains, and that didn't appeal to me as much. I ran out of people I'm Googling. Then I thought, wait a minute, it's cannabis.
Exactly right.
That's my sense. We need a report from Henry there about the smoking dens of Denver.
We need a report in how he's doing as far as waiting in line in TSA.
No, he got through.
Did he really?
He didn't wait yesterday. It was 15 minutes.
Wow, good for him.
So it hasn't struck in the late afternoon yet, apparently, when he went. It's the morning.
Right.
Yeah,
Good.
but give them time. Hold on, yes. All right.
Exactly.
And I am wound up on this Candace Owens stuff. And I've been around her when she was at the University of Pennsylvania. Come on, are we that desperate for African American conservatives that you're going to put up with this hateful figure? Same thing with Tucker Carlson. Are we that anti-Semitic? Israel's behind all this. 855-839-1210. Grab a line on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Nick Kale. Springtime means time to choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. Get started today. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. This is a limited time offer. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Gold prices are soaring, and silver is near an all-time high. If you want to get cash in your hands for your old or unwanted jewelry, now is the time. Get the most competitive prices at the Estates Roadshow. Old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold and silver are hot. 4 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Media, Cherry Hill, and now also in West Deptford. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The prices of gold and silver are at an all-time high, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow, Monday through Friday at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, in Media at the Hampton Inn, and in West Deptford at the Best Western. Need weekend days? Estates Roadshow is also happening Friday through Tuesday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. More info? Visit estatesroadshow.com and follow Estates Roadshow on Facebook for all upcoming events.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
According to the Transamerica Institute for Retirement Studies, only 1 in 4 American retirees are confident that they will be able to maintain a comfortable lifestyle throughout their retirement. If you're concerned you'll be forced to cut back or even return to work during your retired years, then you need to ask yourself, is it time to fire your financial advisor? This week's expert report poses 3 ways you can know for sure. First, do you understand what you're paying? If fees are glossed over, buried in the fine print, or your advisor gets uneasy when you ask about them, chances are you're paying more than you realize, and those costs will erode your gains and deepen your losses. Second, is your advisor actually listening to you? If you've asked for safety and protection, but your money remains in stocks, bonds, and mutual funds, your nest egg is still exposed to market risk, and your concerns are being ignored. And third, is your advisor a true fiduciary? A fiduciary puts the clients first at all times, but if the market drops and you're still paying fees, your broker is the one coming out on top, not you. And if you've answered no to any of those 3 questions, you need to speak with a retirement phase expert who can eliminate market risk and fees, build you a proprietary system that protects your nest egg while providing market-like returns credited as interest, and guarantees a true fiduciary responsibility to always put your best interests first. Learn how you can replace your advisor with a licensed retirement phase expert by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com today.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It is Dom time. The president talking about Japan being the one really stepping up to the plate. That's good. They seem to have been among the better allies versus the NATO countries that we have propped up. And it's a good alliance. It does good. But it's their turn now to open up the Strait of Hormuz. All right. Now at 12:30, usually we have him in studio after City Council, Alante McCauley. But he's meeting with the Republican Party lawyer today. Remember, he's a Republican. By the way, a couple things he put on Twitter yesterday. He turned his life around, he said, at a Trump rally and became a conservative. In addition to that, he believes in making himself uncomfortable to move forward. So sometimes, rather than sleep in his bed, he sleeps on the couch. Wow, this guy is just
amazing.
Look, I spotted Scott Presler here in Kensington the first time I met him, and I knew this guy's going to make waves. Well, Alante is a Philadelphia version, sort of along those lines. Now, he's at City Council. They meet on Thursdays. You get 2 minutes, and he has rocked the house every time. So today, he brings up Lyndon Johnson. And Lyndon Johnson was widely credited with using the worst slur toward African Americans, and how, because of his actions, they would be tied to the Democrat Party forever. And Alante starts to get into that, and there's a little bit of a ruckus and then subsequent ruckus. Here's how it sounded at City Hall.
Good morning, everybody. My name is John Alante McCauley. I'm with a grassroots organization called Flip Philly Red. We're here to offer you something different because you've been voting Democrat for the mayor's office for the past 70 years. In regards to bill number 250330, or what's part of the Safe Healthy Homes Act, I would like to ask Philadelphia, are you tired of voting Democrat yet? This is what communism looks like. You work extremely hard to save your pennies, but buy some property and you can't dictate when you want to evict the tenant. Do you really own your property or not? But we know what Philly Democrat politicians love communism for, because they let Comrade Mayor Sherrell Parker raise the communist China flag in the birthplace of America. Tenants can already sue or simply move if it's a problem. But laws after laws scare away independent contractors and create more government-controlled housing. These laws breed entitlement, bad actors, not paying rent, waiting for court dates, squatting on somebody else's property just like Governor Josh Shapiro is doing right now to his neighbors. To the landlords of Philadelphia, when you raise the rents higher up front to cover eviction hassles, I'll understand it. How are you going to tell a small business owner what to do with their own property? How many bad tenants have we seen? Always playing loud music, fighting and harassing neighbors, running drugs out of properties, doing drugs in someone else's property. Are you a small business owner or a caretaker? Are there tenants or are they your children? If the Department of Licenses and Inspections isn't serving good acting tenants properly, then we don't need new laws. We need to restructure the Department of Licenses and Inspections. Over 45 million taxpayer dollars proposed for L&I in fiscal year 2026, and they can't return a phone call? Racist Democrat President LBJ said, I'm going to have in Democrat for the next 200 years. But you can change that in November. Stacey Garrity for governor.
Excuse me.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Excuse me. Please don't use that language in these chambers. Have a wonderful day. Have a great day. Next.
First Amendment.
Oh, my God.
Next.
Oh, God. Well, he brought home, he worked Josh Shapiro in. He brought in every issue around this.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he's a landlord, but he's making the point how hard it is to be a landlord in Philadelphia. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware to get started. Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, good afternoon.
And good afternoon to you, and Happy New Year. What a great year.
Phil. Well, thank you, Phil.
So, couple questions. One, with gas on the turnpike, aren't they limited to how many times they can raise the gas cost and to what extent each raise?
Maybe, you know what? I'm not sure about that. I get what you're saying. They're being able to be put on a toll road, so you would think there would be more control, but maybe they pay up front to have that control. I'm not sure. It's a good thing to look into, Phil, but...
yeah, if you would, that'd be great, because it's going up at least 20 cents every day, because I travel it a few times a week, so... And by the way, I thought of you this morning, even before you were on, when you said about, the fellow Republicans not getting out and vote for, the off-year elections. I stopped at the Wawa in Pennsville, and there were 3 people I was talking to in line. They didn't feel the need to get out and vote in this past election.
You should have said, call Dom Giordano. Just call him. We'll put you on right away, and maybe I'll tell them. We could all vent then. Yeah.
I will do that from now on and see if you can make sense.
Yeah, I will. What's your side, Phil?
The best movie, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, was McCauley getting out of that van and smoke billowing out like it was on fire. And it was... And every time I think pot, I think of them opening that door and just smoke coming out.
Absolutely.
That's getting high. That's getting high at its finest.
Thank you, Phil. Thanks for thinking of me, too. It does mean a lot when these things reverberate in your mind. I appreciate that. All right, coming up, we're going to talk our weekly visit with John Alante McCauley, who lit up City Hall again today, talking about tenants, etc. And then... SeatGeek. SeatGeek is what would we call it? Is secondary. It's where you get your tickets other than Ticketmaster, secondary market, right? And it's outrageous, the cost. It's another thing Republicans ought to sig on. Trying to give Dave Sunday on. He doesn't know how this reverberates with people, the Attorney General. Well, they're in the news because, and this isn't even the top job, it's just an engineer there for their platform. They're offering $175,000, right? They're offering $25,000 as a sex change perk, and they offer 4 months off. And you know where this plays in? People are saying, look at what it costs to go to a ball game or a concert or whatever the event is. Again, Trump's got a good gut on this. I know he's busy with other stuff. Republicans got to seize on this. They have to be the ones that break this up. It's a monopoly. Americans should not be taken advantage of like this. Why not do that? Well, they're doing it in Pennsylvania and Jersey. At least they're in court. Got to make a bigger deal out of it. All right, Alante McCauley next. Why are Republicans going after a guy who is a Trumper and a stone-cold Republican? And to make himself toughen up, he sleeps on the couch rather than in the bed at times. Oh, man. You can't make this up. This is a guy who's a warrior. He's next on Talk Radio 1210. All righty. First, let's remind you, if you're ready to move more this season, I know it's only 50 degrees today, but weekend, we're going to get into semi-spring. And you want to exercise more, you want to stay motivated for spring activities, but stamina isn't keeping up, Rescue Oracene to the rescue. Rescue Oracene is formulated to help you feel energized and stay active without caffeine jitters. And right now, listeners can buy one, get one free with the code MyEnergy. Now, your body runs on ATP, the natural energy that powers every muscle, every step. But as we age, ATP production slows down, along with endurance and recovery. Rescue Oracene features research-backed ingredients that support ATP production at the cellular level, helping you power through workouts, get outside more, and stay consistent with your fitness goals. Just go to res-q.com, use that code MyEnergy, buy one bottle of Oracene, get one free, or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Don't wait to spring forward with lasting energy. Shop Oracene at res-q.com. Use that code MyEnergy.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
When you're grocery shopping for the family, you want treats everyone will love. And Tasty Cake makes it easy. This spring, pick up a box of lemon cupcakes with a tangy lemon-flavored cake and delicious buttercream icing, perfect for dessert or sharing. And Tasty Cake Pound Cake Juniors are a mom favorite. Moist, perfectly portioned, and great for lunches or after-school snacks. Tasty Cake has something for everyone. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
For 100 years, Edelman's in Jenkintown has been the name families trust when it's time to sell gold, silver, and coins. A fourth-generation family-owned business built on fairness, honesty, and treating every customer with true respect. At Edelman's, you'll always get a clear, no-pressure offer. Their best offer first. Sell your gold jewelry, bullion, or coins with confidence at Edelman's. Visit edelmanscoins.com or call 215-572-6480. Edelman's, where fairness has been our family tradition for 100 years.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guest, Dom Show. John Alante McCauley, again, struck at City Hall today in their weekly scrum. And he's off to speak with Republican lawyers, or a lawyer today. They're the ones going after his petitions to be on the ballot, which we are really mightily behind when it comes up to sitting on the GOP statewide committee. What are they afraid of? Let's go to Alante McCauley here on Talk Radio 1210. Alante, great stuff in City Hall today. We'll get to that in a moment. But why are Republicans challenging your petitions?
Good morning, Dom. Thank you for having me. Just real quick, it's more of the same. These guys, they want to keep their power with a cabal of power brokers. Small people who get to select instead of us electing who we want to represent us. These people, they don't follow the Constitution and they don't represent the people. They disenfranchise every chance they get, and I'm outspoken and they don't want that.
So what did they tell you, if you can share that? You have spoken about Matt Wolf, who I know and have had on the show. Mm-hmm. At least he's direct. I mean, what's their problem with your petitions? What is it?
Okay, so like I said, Matt Wolf has always been a welcoming person, one of the more of the world leaders, and so I will be consistent and say that. But, he's stuck in between wanting to support the youth and wanting to stay with the old guard. And at some point, he's going to have to make a decision. Whether he wants to choose the people or he wants to choose, that small cabal of power brokers. So, these guys know that our voter rolls are not up to date. They know that they have asked Republicans to flip back and forth to Democrat to independent for certain races, whether it was to support Pat Dugan last year or whatever the case may be. You have some people who are they're not registered, they're registered Republicans, but not at the original address that they originally signed up to be.
Right.
So it's a lot of different things. Lately, I guess he's become a handwriting expert because they'll say that, the signature doesn't match. So it's a lot of different things you have to fight in order to make the petition.
Well, I would tell you this. If they challenge my name, I will defend I will have Linda Kearns there. I'll have you there and me and thousands of Talk Radio 1210 listeners. They better not challenge my signature, Matt. Come on. Nobody has handwriting.
No, yours
like
was
that.
Fine.
Okay,
yours made the cut.
Okay. So how many are in question? How many do you need, and how many are they finagling with here?
Okay, so the final number that I was able to get was 133 signatures.
Okay.
Out of that 133, Matt Wolf is challenging 43 of them.
Okay. And you need
100. And I need 100. So my window is very tight. I can't salvage all 43. If I did my own audit on some of these I can try to save, and I'm gonna try to at least get to that 100 mark.
Well, absolutely. Now, your comments at City Council today were so spot on. You must comb everything in your mind when you were talking about landlords and throwing Josh Shapiro in, and Gilmore Richardson was another willing foil today, telling you what you can and can't say. But Alante, I saw what you posted on Twitter, and a couple of things for our listeners as you go forward, because you're a real force. One, a turning point for you, apparently, I saw the other day, was a Trump rally.
Yes.
Well, what
Yes.
happened?
Yeah, so quickly, I became a Republican on paper in 2023. In this few podcasts, I've talked about my life started changing, between 2020 and 2024. But I was a Republican on paper in 23. I went to my first Trump rally in 2024. I wasn't sure about the whole MAGA thing yet. CNN, I was still watching fake news at the time. Aaron Burnett, all of these people. So, they would tell me that MAGA is racist. These people don't like black people. And so I went to my first Trump rally, and I saw that everything that I've ever been told in my life was a lie. And so I figured that God was telling me that's my purpose right there. I want you to take what you're learning, the people that you're meeting, and go back to the city of Philadelphia and try to change hearts and minds in the city of Philly.
Wow, this is like coming into Jerusalem for Palm Sunday here. So, Alante, one other area, then we'll get a report on, you can tell us tomorrow, whenever you're ready, what happens today on this, because it's really important we get you on the ballot. I like this. You also put on Twitter that you make people uncomfortable, but you toughen yourself up. You don't always sleep in your bed. You sleep on the couch to do that.
Yeah. So I had a couple influences in my journey of transformation. Andrew Tate was one of them. David Goggins was another. Okay. And so, I just knew I had to become a different man, and I just didn't want to be comfortable in life anymore. I wanted to be able to perform under pressure and show that I can hold some competence in tough situations. And that's the best way I could become the leader that I am today.
Well, absolutely, Alante. You burst onto the scene. You made our year so far. Now, where do we find you on social media?
At Alante McCauley, ALLANTEMCAULEY, and that's across all platforms. And I'm forever grateful for you giving me this opportunity to speak on your platform.
Well, thank you, Alante. Keep us in the loop now. What happens on this, and we'll follow up with you shortly. Good luck today.
Thank you, sir. Will do.
All right, Alante McCauley here. Realize now, and Kirk, you've carved out a whole niche here of covering him like the city council today in camera angles.
Exactly right.
There should have been a close-up of Gilmore Richardson when he said that about Lyndon Johnson.
He was on a tear.
Oh, he was really
fired up.
Yeah.
And I think he's good. What's going on with this lawsuit, and he's going to fight it. And God bless him. I mean, he should take it all the way. He is more emboldened to take this on.
Yeah,
I'm
and
proud of him.
Again,
Good
it's
for
not
him.
Democrats challenging to keep this guy off. These are Republicans.
Exactly. Imagine that.
And you heard what he said. Some of these could have been there. I'm glad to hear mine made it in there, because I was half hoping they would challenge. Then it was going to be,
You were really hoping. You really think they're going to challenge your signature?
They'll do anything. I mean, they don't want a guy. Instead of embracing this guy says stuff like, "Why are Republicans not telling people in North Philly about Nicki Minaj?"
Right.
I mean, if we put in his mind, he'd be at the airport this morning telling people about this.
Right.
They ought to be doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And I realize how difficult it is in Philadelphia, but you just can't roll over and die.
Right.
If you want to roll over and die, let somebody like this be in charge of the party then.
They're afraid of him.
Yeah.
They're afraid of him.
Pointing these things out.
And they're doing everything to shut him down, including these names off the signature.
Now, calling your comrade Sherelle Parker was a little bit much, but he got caught up himself. Oh my God!
Yep,
unbelievable, just unbelievable. Okay, coming up, your calls. Come on, something associated with marijuana. All right, Henry's in the Mile High City, so I started Googling that around. We got several big ones still out there. 855-839-1210. And I'm going to tell you, haven't we seen a sea change in this? 10 years ago, if you talked about this, we'd have full phone lines of people attacking. Now it's much more mixed. Could Pennsylvania actually go that way, say, in the next 5 years? I'd put it 60-40. They could. We'll see. On the war, we have the situation with this Joe Kent guy. We have Candace Owens out there. We have the war crime question. The good news is the Strait of Hormuz, we now have, I think it's 6 nations trying to open it up. President Trump reiterated today, no boots on the ground. Nothing like that in Iran. All right. I'm not so sure, though. And we have some Tulsi Gabbard comments from yesterday about who gets to decide. No, from today, testifying before the House. So it's a big day on that front. And also coming up at some point, it looks like one of those punk kids protesting ICE in Quakertown is going to get a much reduced charge, the ones that got into it with the police. Remember, elections have consequences. Joe Conman is the Democrat who was elected DA, not Ms. Shorin. What would she have done with this? I think it might be a little bit different. All right, something, an all-timer, something associated with pot. 855-839-1210.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
As Philly celebrates 250 years, it's a reminder that the businesses that last are the ones you can truly trust. That's why so many families rely on United Tire and Service. When it comes to your car, you deserve honesty, clear explanations, and no pressure. Just experienced mechanics who tell you what you need, what can wait, and get the job done right. With more of us keeping our cars longer than ever, having a team you trust really matters. Visit UnitedTire.com or your locally owned United Tire. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. So at the end today of his news conference, whatever, with the press, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, said the following: May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them every day on bended knee with your family in your schools and your churches in the name of Jesus Christ. Well, that didn't sit well with old Margaret Brennan, who I believe, at least on paper, was a Catholic. She said the Secretary of Defense tells the American public to pray for our troops on bended knee and invoke Jesus' name. Now, I would, and she's feeling the heat for this. I would have broadened it out. I would say Jesus' name, but I would also add others to it. Would Margaret Brennan be happy then? No, it's the praying part, too, that she's going after, not just the Jesus part. Well, by happenstance, this plays right into checking in. Our guy in the field, at least he's on terra firma, I think, in the United States today. Pastor Bill Devlin with us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, welcome in.
Dom, God bless you during this Lenten season. I'm actually right now doing a pastoral visit at Fox Chase Cancer Center up here in Northeast Philadelphia. So I have a friend who's, going through that. But I'm grateful for Margaret Brennan. And, I think it's okay for us to ask people, the American people, to pray. And I'm sure it's okay to ask them to pray in Jesus' name. But I'm really calling in, Dom, as you know, I travel the world. I'm a full-time pastor to the persecuted church. I go to Nigeria, Sudan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, etc. And people are always asking me for counsel, wisdom, and advice. And you opened your show today as I'm here in the People's Republic of Philadelphia. Love that guy, Alante. But I want to encourage, counsel, and advise people to stop listening to Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, and their ilk. They are toxic, they're poisonous, and they are the equivalent of Roundup weed killer. And it's just, I'm a lover of Israel. I've been working with the Jewish community for 40-plus years in Philadelphia, in New York City. And I'm probably the only pastor from America that goes to Gaza to not only minister to the 1,000 Christians left in Gaza at the Greek Orthodox Church and the Holy Family Catholic Parish, but I also go there to share Jesus with Hamas and the Muslims there. So, but this whole ilk of Candace Owens, Joe Kent, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, appreciate his service. Dom, I'm a combat decorated Vietnam vet. I have a Purple Heart. I have shed blood for the United States of America during my 2 years in Vietnam when I got shot up. And so it's unconscionable to me that Joe Kent would turn around and, God bless him and his departed wife. He's a Gold Star husband. But, let's support the troops. Okay, you don't like Trump, but let's support our troops who are fighting and in harm's way over there in disparate places in the Middle East, Central Asia, and Africa. So I just want to counsel and advise people, stop with the Candace Owens stuff, the Tucker Carlson, and the Joe Kent stuff. It's really toxic. And let's focus on how we can help people, how we can serve people during this Lenten season. I'm looking forward to the resurrection, Dom. I'm looking forward to the resurrection in Jesus' name. And so that's just my wise counsel and advice. And God bless you, Dom. You are such a faithful friend for 30-plus years, and just love what you do and love your listeners, and keep on fighting the good fight. And we love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And Jesus loves you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
And Margaret Brennan. You got that, Margaret? That Margaret Brennan, too.
We love Margaret Brenner, and so does Jesus.
Thank you, Bill.
God
we'll
bless.
Talk soon. All right, let me go to Mike in Paoli, Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Dom. How you doing?
Good, Mike.
So this is kind of following up on the conversation you just had with a good pastor, and you're asking about the participation of Joe West and Candace Owens
yes.
In a Catholic event. I didn't quite catch exactly what that event is. I'm assuming it's local.
No, it's a big.
But,
it's a big national event. It's one of the biggest, and it's entitled the Catholic Prayer for America Gala 2026. These are heavy hitters, millions of dollars contributed, etc. Can't we do better than Joe Kent and Candace Owens?
Absolutely. But the fact that Joe Kent in particular is being invited is absolutely no surprise to me. I don't know if you spent any time talking to anybody about the quote unquote special message that was issued by the United States Catholic Bishops Conference.
Yes.
The USCCB.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
I'm aware of it. About anti-Semitic stuff. Yeah.
Well, it was. I took it a little differently,
Okay.
and I actually wrote a pretty lengthy letter, and I just read through the statement that they made. First of all, the statement that they made, they had not made a statement like that in 12 years. Okay.
Right.
So it's a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big deal for that organization to make such a statement. My first question would be, where were they when we had all these illegals pouring across our border
They
that were
support
unvetted?
it. They support it. You're right. Thank you, Mike. Thanks very much. Brian in Fairmount. Hey, Brian.
How you doing, Dom? Real
Good.
quick, Pastor Bill was just on there, and he combat decorated veteran. God bless him. And same thing with Joe Kent. My only thing is when I heard Pastor Bill just now, he said, "Don't listen to Tucker or Candace or Joe Kent. Support the troops."
That's right.
And my thing is, absolutely. But where did any of those three make a statement not supporting the troops?
Well,
just on the face of that statement.
Well, they are.
That's a red herring.
Oh, okay. Well, Brian,
Their
let's talk turkey here. They're anti-Semites. How about that?
Well, there you go, Dom. I'm just flowing on that one statement. Where can you answer that question? You always go to the anti-Semite.
They are undercutting this country by attacking our alliance with Israel in an anti-Semitic way. That's a problem.
Well, Dom, I would have to respectfully disagree by just saying I do think Joe Kent, his wife died. He's a combat decorated vet. I do think that he supports the troops. That's my only point. My only point is that everything doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. I think there could be nuance.
No, wait a minute. Excuse me. I'm not. Okay, I got your point with Bill saying that. Okay.
All right.
Candace Owens has no place in any kind of dignified setting. Invoking Charlie Kirk, the anti-Semitic conspiracies just reeking of this day after day, Brian. Come on.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with that at all, Dom.
All right.
I'm not here to carry their water at all. I'm just saying that I do think Joe, specifically, being what he is, his experience supports the troops. That's my only point.
And I don't doubt that. Okay, I got the point. I'm glad you made it. All right, coming up, Matt Rooney checking in. Big rally. Republicans not giving up in Jersey against sanctuary cities. I believe it will be on Monday. It was rescheduled because of a snowstorm. But I'll ask him a couple of other Jersey things, including surveillance pricing. What the heck is that? I'll explain with Matt. It's always good to talk with him on Talk Radio 1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Dawn here. Everybody knows how much we love the Piazza Auto Group at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Our friends at Piazza support what we do at the station, and that includes, of course, our radiothon benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation. Piazza Auto Group was founded by the late Vincent Piazza Sr., a Korean War veteran who built the company by supporting and serving our local community. To learn more about the Piazza Auto Group and their 40 area dealerships, visit piazzaautogroup.com. Tell Dolan sent you.
This is an important message for anyone struggling with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. Due to ongoing inflation, job loss, and the rising cost of living, many Americans are facing overwhelming credit card balances. If you're drowning in credit card debt, you may qualify for powerful debt relief options currently being offered by National Debt Relief that can significantly reduce what you owe. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a debt consolidation loan. You could qualify for this debt relief option and only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe. Act now to see if you qualify. With thousands of 5-star reviews online and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, National Debt Relief has helped over 1 million consumers with their debt that qualified for this relief option. So don't wait. Call the Debt Reduction Hotline now. Dial 800-428-5757. 800-428-5757. That's 800-428-5757.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. This weather stinks lately, but spring, summer, right around the corner. So let's talk about my happy place, the Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. I love it there. You'll love it there, too. And if you're in love, the Grand is the perfect place to host a wedding. It really is. The most beautiful weddings with 4 ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. You got to call my friend Caitlin. Do you know she was 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings, a certified wedding planner? And you could also take the kids away for a little spring break getaway from March 29th through April 6th. If you stay 2 nights, you're going to save 5%. Stay 3 or 4 nights, you're going to save 10%. You stay 5 nights or more, save 15% off the regular rates. And guess what? Breakfast included in all the packages. And they're going to love that heated indoor saltwater pool, and so will you. The kids will thank you. And they'll love the fact that there's an arcade and a restaurant right on site. Always book direct with them for the best rates. GrandHotelCapeMay.com. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at ClosetFactory.com. ClosetFactory.com.
The number one worry of people in retirement is running out of money. How about some ideas on how to protect your money? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Contacted this morning on my travels by Matt Rooney. Always good to talk with him. And Republicans, unlike in Philadelphia, are not rolling over in Jersey. They're holding a big rally. I think Matt is the keynoter this coming Monday at the State House there. Let's go to Matt Rooney. Hey, Matt, welcome in.
You know we're going down fighting, Dom.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully we don't go down, but we will if we need to. But I appreciate you having me on to talk about it, my friend.
Yeah, so we had the state rep on who I was really intrigued by. We have 3 or 4 of these guys, and of course Dawn Fantasia, who are both characters and fighting the good fight. Although, Matt, I believe you're the one that points this out, a couple, but you're the main and first, about how they voted. The state Senate voted, 20-0 or 38-0 for the current Attorney General. And every time we see she's of the ilk of Mikey Sherrill or more, how can they justify that vote?
Yeah, I mean, we hear the courage is contagious. Unfortunately, I haven't seen a lot of evidence of that on my side of the Delaware. I think a lot of people, unfortunately, in the establishment are just giving up, right? It's the easy thing to do because we had a rough cycle for a bunch of reasons, some of which had nothing to do with New Jersey. But, call me naive, crazy, whatever. I've heard it all. I know you have too. I saw how close New Jersey was in 21 and in 24. And I interact with tons of people every day, including in our listening audience, that are not happy with the state of things in Trenton. So I think this fight is far from over. I'm sorry some in the state Senate feel that way, but we're gonna pack them in outside the State House on Monday, because that is the day, Dom, that there's going to be a floor vote on sanctuary statehood. We've been a sanctuary state by Attorney General directive, an executive action, since the Murphy administration, the first term, but now they want to enshrine it in state statute. So we're going to make it very plain to them that, you know what, they control the legislature at the moment, but we are watching. We do not approve. And the fun thing about Jersey is there's elections every year. The entire legislature is up in 2027.
Ah, very good. So do you think Democrats will vote every single one of them for this?
I think so. I think so. I think that they're engaged in a miscalculation right now, Dom. The same miscalculation that some Senate Republicans are making. There's always that overcorrection where one side wins, right? They think that they won the war instead of just a battle. So they've convinced themselves that, yes, look, Cheryl won by double digits. New Jersey is hopelessly blue. We don't have to worry about a backlash from the voters. That's a misread. There, I think, are more and more people in my state and other states every day that are not hyper-partisan. They just want things to change. They want more freedom. They want to keep more of their money. And I think they're fundamentally offended by the idea that we are blowing billions on illegal aliens when we have veterans sleeping on the streets of Trenton and Philadelphia. We are spending millions of dollars, Dom, in the budget proposal that Mikey Sherrill just put on the table on, for example, getting lawyers for illegal aliens that are facing deportation. At the same time, we're talking about cutting property tax relief for senior citizens. That is an issue that is a loser for them if people are brave enough to stand up and press it. So that's what we're trying to do on Monday. We're carrying that banner forward.
So time and place on the steps of the Capitol, Matt, and what time do people get there?
Yeah, so we're going to start at 11, so try to get there a little early. As our mutual friend Scott Presler always says, we are going to loudly but peacefully register our displeasure with the scrubs and the crooks and the socialists in the State House who are driving New Jersey off a cliff. So try to get there a little bit early. Try to bring a friend, right? We need to show them that we are resisting in sufficient numbers and that the America First movement is far from dead here in New Jersey. America's Turning Point USA is going to be there, Dom. Moms for Liberty. We're going to have a bunch of angel moms. They're going to be there.
That's the most potent thing imaginable. That's incredibly potent. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's all nice if you're Phil Murphy or you're Mikey Sherrill and you've got your own security detail that's taxpayer financed. But, you know, there are real victims of sanctuary statehood. People who would be alive today were it not for these policies. The causation is easy to prove, right? If that illegal criminal had been where they came from and not here, then these fellow Americans wouldn't be gone. So they're going to speak as well. I think it could be the start of something big. The resistance in New Jersey is alive. We're going to give it a shot in the arm.
Yeah, absolutely. And Matt, TSA, I've been going after Republicans. Look, it's bad in Jersey, but you know Philadelphia, we're really up against it. And they've chosen to just roll over and play dead once again. The airport this morning in Philadelphia, probably in Jersey, Newark, my God, 4 a.m., thousands and thousands of people. Isn't that an opportunity to be out there, bring some donuts, coffee, etc., and then lay out your case, you know, in a friendly way? Well, who is it that caused this? But point the finger to who's causing it. ICE already has their money, the big, beautiful bill. They're not going to be defunded. Why are we making people miserable? We need to be there, though, to underline that.
Republicans just they lack the killer instinct, don't they? I always like to say, Dom, because you know I'm a lawyer and you don't hold it against me. I've yet to have somebody walk into my law office and say, I want to hire you because you're going to be so calm and reasonable and chill with the person that's trying to take custody of my kids or sue my business or whatever the case might be. People want
vocal, aggressive advocates. That's not us saying that we want legislators that or congressmen that are just going to throw things against the wall to see what sticks. We want some strategy. But yes, I mean, these are easy arguments that need to be made. And the reason why you mentioned Dawn Fantasia a moment ago, Paul Kenitra, my friend that's putting on this rallies and assembling from Ocean County, the reason why they're getting traction is because they're doing exactly what you're suggesting. They're actually going where people are, and they're signaling, look, Republicans, at least this Republican, is willing to advocate to you, to fight for you, to go to the mat for you. That's what the Trump coalition that made New Jersey so close in 24 is willing to show up for and vote for.
Hey, Matt, one other area. So they put it into the Constitution. It's obviously symbolic, but what is the force? Like they put abortion rights into the Constitution. I mean, these things, does it make it much harder to do anything about this?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I always say about the Christie years, right? Like, Christie did accomplish some solid stuff, but a lot of it was by executive order and some of it was statutory, so it can be undone. Once it's in the Constitution, it gets to be quite a bit harder. So, look, if nothing else, for anybody that's doubting the urgency of the moment, the left is playing for keeps, right? It's part of the reason why they win. Our people are always, hand-wringing and pearl-clutching, while the left is dedicated to making permanent change, generational change. So it's one of the things I appreciate about the president, right? The president, I think, shares our mindset on this, that we are in an existential battle for the soul of our country. And, the one good thing, if you want to find a silver lining about what they're trying to do in New Jersey, that it won't be a constitutional amendment. It'll be statutory. So it might be easier to attack in the courts because I think that it is unconstitutional. So Monday is just the beginning of the pushback. You may see different avenues of pushback open up very soon, including in the court system.
And we'll tune into the Matt Rooney Show also on Saturday. Any guests this week or co-hosts?
Well, Paul will be joining us, Paul Kenitra, Assemblyman from Ocean County, because we're pushing the heck out of this rally. But as per usual, with my crazy producer Dan Valdez, we'll be venturing down a number of different rabbit holes. I probably want to talk about this aliens.gov thing too, because even though there's much more pressing matters, Dom, I got to say the nerd in me is intrigued.
All right, Matt. Thank you. Glad you came on today. Good luck. We'll get the Assemblyman on live from that too, and you, if you're available at noon on Monday.
Appreciate it, Dom. You're great. You're the best friend of Jersey that doesn't live there, at least outside of the summer.
Absolutely. Thank you, Matt.
Take care, sir. Thank you.
Matt Rooney here on Talk Radio 1210. So sanctuary state, the difficulty in just blatantly going down Broadway with that. Matt will be there. Paul Kenitra, who's been on the show. We'll talk about it on Monday with him live, but make your plans, particularly if you're in Jersey. On the, the last time we broadcast from there, too, I did a remote in a lawyer's office with Rich Zioli, and Rich was out in the field for me, and he got the head of the, was it the steelwork? I mean, it was the worst and biggest union in the country on the steps of the Capitol. I have to find that. It was amazing, the antagonism toward Rich. And I watched it. I was duking it out with the guy, but I realized Rich is there holding the microphone. Anything could happen. All right, phone lines. Side question today. Something associated with the evil weed, with marijuana. Coming off Henry's trip to the Mile High City, you heard Alante. Coming up, SeatGeek, and here's an opportunity for Republicans. The Department of Justice has blown it. They made a deal with Live Nation, which I think is a monopoly around this whole thing. Everybody knows that. The state level, both in Jersey and Pennsylvania, are still going to take them to a jury trial, at least to court. SeatGeek is under fire for this very thing. They have a job, $175 a year, and it's not the head of SeatGeek. It's nowhere near that. They'll give you $25,000 for a sex change operation. Imagine this in the thing. I think it's 4 months off and other perks. And people are going, whoa. No wonder why we have to pay unbelievable prices, not even for a decent seat, to a concert. I'm not sure if they SeatGeek. I think they do ball games too. Why is it so expensive? Is that just capitalism? No, it's not. And Republicans ought to plant the stake on that. This is something that relates to people. Here's how you do it. 855-839-1210.
This is Rhea Hughes inviting you to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel, from exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st, it's the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com or stop in today. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dawn here. You've heard me talk about my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. The late Marvin E. Cans was a decorated war hero who founded the company in 1953. Now his grandson Jonathan and his father Aaron carry on Marvin's legacy. I'm so proud to announce Marvin E. Cans Inc., along with our friends at Train, It's Hard to Stop a Train, now support the 1210 WPHT Radiothon benefiting Travis Manion Foundation. They employ former military and understand freedom isn't free. MarvinECans.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It is stomp time. I'll get to SeatGeek in a minute here. $175K and $25K for sex change, 4 months off. This is an area Republicans ought to be going after tooth and nail. It is a monopoly. It is outrageous what you have to pay. It's small ball. Tired of hearing about small ball. Let's strike a blow here on this type of thing, as Scott Presler would say, who's here today at 2:30 peacefully. One other thing, Michelle Tafoya, who I've had on the show, I even filled in for her in Minnesota radio when she was doing talk. I don't think this appeals to people. She's on a show, talk radio show. She's running for the Senate there. And she says, be a patriot. Don't drive as much. during this period of time, during this war, as a way to help with gas prices. I'm not thinking that's necessarily going to help. My Sunoco update driving by today, the one on Rittenhouse, 600 Rittenhouse right near Lincoln Drive, it's still at around 440. And I wouldn't say they were packed, but they had the pumps filled up. People seem like they're going to pay for it. So remember when we went through this with a much more massive and long-term, the war, the attack, terrorism, 9/11, Afghanistan, but Iraq first. I'm very wary of giving people advice on what they can do to help the military, to help the Trump administration while we're at war. And we are at war. I know they can't say it. There's all sorts of legalisms. What do you think of that advice? Drive less. Pete Hegseth today talking about praying for the troops and then invoking Jesus' name. That's fine. I would just add other religions to it, though. You know, I'm not just going to say one. I would add all that to it. Praying for the troops, absolutely. And also praying for President Trump that he resists any kind of urge to put boots on the ground. And there are a lot of pressures to do that. First of all, you're going to put people in harm's way on Carg Island and then be told that's not boots on the ground. It is boots on the ground. Got to keep reminding people that's boots on the ground. And that's how people get killed. And we don't want any more, and we want to avoid this. The president is meeting with oil executives today on rising oil prices. I think I saw it at $119 a barrel. Now, you know the media is itching to see it get to 150 and then to get 200, but they will not give Trump the credit of how he has made America energy independent and the stuff that goes with this barrel stuff. A lot of this is, it's worldwide. It's a worldwide thing that we're broadcasting here rather than what's happening here in America. And that Sunoco station that I keep mentioning that suddenly went to 440 and we got into it the other day, they're doing that of their own volition. There's no reason they have to be at that number. They have every right to do it. I'm not one of those, it's gouging and all that. But I don't understand why people would still go there and fill up then. That's the point I've been making. You have an opportunity to go somewhere else. It's not the only station there. So these days and heading into the weekend are going to be ripe with big decisions here for the president, because I think it's obvious we'd like to get out of this. We don't want it to spiral forward. And the Strait of Hormuz, the news today, I'm not sure why these allied nations coming in, except buried somewhere, we're being told they may have better minesweepers, if that's a problem, maybe more ships, strength in numbers. But the fear is the Iraqis, even though decimated, around the Strait of Hormuz, they still have some ability to fire rockets or speedboats or something. And that's why you hear people saying, well, let's send in the Marines. I'm not one of them. I don't think we ought to go down that path. All right, let me go to Robert in Bensalem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hi, Dom, Sean. It's good to talk to you guys
Thanks,
today.
Robert.
I had two answers, and the one's out of the box I want to use, but the other one is kind of like a song, Dom, and it's very quick, and I'm sure that you'll know the song as soon as I start. I was going to listen to Dom's show until I got high. I was going to win the money melody until I got high. Now I'm not in the hat, and I know why. Yeah, 'cause I got high, 'cause I got high, 'cause I got high. Da 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 da. And that is out to Sarah Weiss in the chat room. That was her idea.
What's Sarah Weiss saying in the chat room? Sarah, what's she saying there, Robert?
Oh, no, she just mentioned that, and it just tripped something in my mind, you know.
I'm glad
So
she could pivot on a dime. Nicely played. Thank you, Sarah, for that entertainment. All right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Now, this SeatGeek thing. SeatGeek is the popular ticket-selling platform, secondary market, call it what you will. They're facing backlash after a job posting offering up to $175,000 perks. They'll give you $25,000 in gender-affirming care benefits. They will also give you, I think it's 4 months off in one that I saw. The benefits including mental health subscriptions, unlimited paid time off, 4 months of fully paid family leave, remote or in-office work options, a home office stipend, and a student loan matching program. Wow, where do we sign up? The application also includes a section labeled Voluntary Demographic Questions about candidates to identify their gender as male, female, non-binary, third gender, prefer not to say, or prefer to self-describe. Oh, my God. The people are outraged, though, saying, wait a minute. And this isn't the president, the vice president, the CEO or anything. This is just a technical engineer. How can they pay all this? How profitable are these companies? And this whole fraudulent thing with ticket prices and what we've been bought is a monopoly. And again, I don't understand why the Trump administration has settled here what they thought they got out of this, the Department of Justice. Dave Sunday, we're trying to get on the show. They don't publicize it enough. Republicans need to be the party of trying to crack stuff like this. I would liken this, it's not as big, to Trump's brilliant idea, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, certain areas of Social Security, no tax there. I would say this is the type of thing where you can jump in and beat Democrats at their own game. Yet I don't see them doing it. I don't see the push here to understand this is a common thing. Now, people are going to make fun of you saying, oh, well, then don't go to the concert. Why do you have to go to that concert? Look, we know they're going to jack up the prices, prime seating, certain artists, I'll use that term. Okay, I get that. But are these reflective of that, or are they reflective more of a monopoly? I think they're more reflective of a monopoly. Oh, Robert's calling back. He didn't get, okay, all right. I didn't know what. All right, so this is an area to strike. Just the outrage over SeatGeek announcing this gives you an idea of how much money is being made here and the perception that people have, and they don't like it. Why the Justice Department settled, I don't know. I wouldn't have done that. I would have played this out, and I'd like to get before a jury. I'd like to get them under oath, and I'd like to get to the bottom of it. Also, I'd like to understand it fully. What's the truth? How does this work? How are all those tickets bought up in 5 seconds or 4 seconds or something? How is that possible? How does SeatGeek get all these tickets? How does that work? You're not going to tell me this is all just free enterprise. No, it's not. They want to steal the banner of free enterprise capitalism when really what they're doing is they're killing the American public with access to these events. What did I say the other day? I think in the settlement with the Department of Justice, Live Nation owns 60% of the venues, one way or another, that were involved in these things. I don't know about that. I don't know how that's possible, that this is not a monopoly. And we know monopolies. You know, I might do I don't know if there's enough for a side question because they're usually the softer side of Sears like today. But the worst monopoly I can think of are the public schools. Look at what they've done to America. Look how they suck. And yet they're able to keep on going with trillion-dollar funding, with outrageous deficiencies. And one, I just kind of swerved into this. I was going to talk about it later. You mean to say there's not enough outrage? In fact, the comments in the Inquirer are so piddling about what's going on here, and that is the Montgomery County Intermediate. Yeah, here it is. Even the Inquirer's covering it. The Montgomery County Intermediate Unit spending, one of 29 state-mandated agencies in Pennsylvania, spending enormous amounts of money. Headline, Montco school officials expensed international trips, including a 14-day African safari. Montco Intermediate Union's leaders said public funds to purchase professional development trips to Africa, Singapore, South Korea, Central Europe. School officials elsewhere paid their own way. And here's the hook to go after this. It's not just the money. When people hear a safari, if you tell them, oh, they went to Singapore, their schools, they know it's fraudulent. But a safari, 14 days. How do they stay in business doing this? Do you hear the goon commissioners over there at the commissioners meeting today bringing this up, turning up the heat? And even the Inquirer is doing it. The Norristown-based intermediate unit has served as an international travel agency of sort for its own leaders. Expense reports obtained by the Inquirer through a right-to-know request show that since 2023, the executive director, Regina Speaker, and its assistant executive director, Sandra Edling, have used public funds to book about $40,000 worth of professional development travel to 3 continents. Man, we must be raising geniuses in Montgomery County. Oh, my God. Have they discovered a cure for cancer over there? They're working on it. Was on the African safari. How does this go on? Well, this is what the 14-day safari cost about $18,000. The expense report showed that Speaker subsequently used her IU credit card to fly to South Korea and Singapore for 11 days last spring. Edling used hers to purchase a trip to Central Europe in the fall, before the intermediate canceled it amid funding concerns. Some of the credit card charges lack receipts or didn't state a destination or provide any indication they involved overseas travel. Yet they were approved by 2 presidents of the Montco IU board and a now retired assistant executive director. The 21-person board is composed of members from each school district in the county. Hey, Mr. Softy Truck Yo-Yo Commissioner, where are you on this? This is public schools, public school related. This is what happens when you have a monopoly. If you do this, where people have a chance to vote with their feet, and you get caught at that, then there's going to be big trouble. The school might close, or the organization might close, or people will just not go there. The public schools, they just roll on. So let's see what happened. Even the Inquirer on this 14-day safari trip to help these students. And what were the other school districts doing on this? Did they vote for it? All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls, you can hit us on the side question. Something related to marijuana. Henry in Denver, Mile High City, yeah. Person, place, or thing. We'll have Dom's Progressive Women Gone Wild in a little bit. Scott Presler at 2:30 today. He is in the center of the big debate still going on in the Senate. He's right there in Washington. He'll lay out what are these Republicans going to do. I mean, we all know that America supports this. Democrats are just punching him around and saying you don't have the guts to push it through. And all they have to do is one of 2 ways. Do the talking filibuster, or as Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana says, do it through the route of reconciliation. I don't know which one, Scott. He might recommend both. All we want is the bill to be done, to be passed, and then the House and the Senate get together, Trump signs it, and we're going to have election integrity. It's going to be better anyhow. 855-839-1210. All right, let's talk about Dr. Bentz for a moment. One thing I really appreciate, Dr. Bentz, is he doesn't just offer you one solution. Bentz Dental Group has not 1, but 2 board-certified prosthodontists with Dr. Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz, his daughter. Now, I've worked with both. Dr. Bentz is my dentist for 11 years, and this is world-class treatment that you get. I had a dental implant started last March. It's gone really well. And early on, you know, there are decisions. All right, 1 decision, you're going to do the dental implant. 2, all sorts of options involved in that, where you make choices. And you see, based upon the imaging and the technology, and Dr. Bentz's years of doing stuff like this, the care and treatment you get is as good as it gets. Why not get that initial look at this, get the initial evaluation? You've been putting it off. You want a great dental care. You're not satisfied. This is the guy that dentists across Montgomery County send their patients to when it's too complex for them. And now you have more options, more convenience with not one, but two board-certified prosthodontists. Call 610-272-6949 to schedule that consultation, 610-272-6949, or visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Joe Giglio. Join me at the Keswick Theater on Saturday, April 18th as I host Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in the story of Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Oh!
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Weather sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union.
A milder air mass will begin to build back into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny with a high temperature back closer to average at 52. For tonight, still a chilly night, partly cloudy. Low 36 for the city, a bit colder out in the suburbs. And a warmer day on Friday with a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high near 60.
Tap your home's equity with an American Heritage Credit Union home equity loan and use it for upgrades, travel, or to consolidate bills. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/homeequity. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You know, as we head into spring, right now is the perfect time to think about your home. So if you're feeling drafts all winter long, that is a clear sign your windows and doors may not be performing the way they should, and that can mean higher energy bills. That's why I recommend my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They're family owned. They've been serving our area since 1971, and with more than 6,000 glowing reviews, Chapman has built quite a reputation for high-quality products, expert installation, and no high-pressure sales tactics. Just honest guidance that you can trust. Right now, you save 20% off siding, 20% off the siding materials, plus take advantage of no interest and no payments for 18 months. So if you are ready to upgrade your home before the summer heat arrives, just schedule your free estimate today. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Don Giordano's show. So Michelle Tafoya saying today, as I said, don't drive as much. That's the patriotic thing to do. I think you got to be really careful. We got into this with the war in Iraq about the patriotic thing around supporting all this, other than honestly taking a look at this. This is a just cause. It doesn't mean, though, that it's going to end well here necessarily. It's up in the air because of how difficult this is. And that's one of the reasons other presidents would not touch this, and Trump did 47 years of this. They didn't want to take it on. You have the Straits of Hormuz, you have the commerce going through there, you have oil, and you have the fact that these, and I hope, my only fear is that maybe with Venezuela, it was too easy. You got in there, you got Maduro out. They're ruthless killers and all, but that vice president is scared to death it'll happen to her, so she toes the line in Venezuela. These animals in Iran do not. They are religious fanatics. And it's amazing, isn't it, that Margaret Brennan can call out Pete Hegseth for saying pray for the troops today, yet they can't state as clearly as I did what we're dealing with here in Iran. They hanged a 19-year-old wrestler who was, I'm not sure if he, in the Olympics, I know he was renowned across Iran because he uttered words of protest against the government. They just hanged him this morning. This is what you're doing. Now, I'm not saying that in order to invade them, have boots on the ground, and that's for the people to have to rise up, supply them with arms, whatever we can do to do that. What I am saying is, though, this is not an easy task to do this. And that doesn't mean it can go on forever. It just means this is something that was necessary when you put in the nuclear component. Tulsi Gabbard said yesterday that they are in tatters, but they still have a functioning regime here. And I think the reason is, as I said, you put religious fanaticism into this, and most of Iran is not, but these fanatics are in control. And again, very few presidents would have taken this on. And this Joe Kent guy led the show today. Here's a little bit more of Kent. Then I'll take some more calls. Joe Kent, the former head of counterterrorism. This is cut 10. Here's Joe Kent. And again, 2 hours with Tucker Carlson. He is anti-Israel. I believe he's anti-Semitic. So is Candace Owens. So is Tucker Carlson at this point. Cut 15.
Was Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon?
No, they weren't, 3 weeks ago when this started, and they weren't in June either. I mean, the Iranians have had a religious ruling, a fatwa, against actually developing a nuclear weapon since 2004. That's been in place since 2004. That's available in the public sphere. But then also we had no intelligence to indicate that fatwa was being disobeyed or it was on the cusp of being lifted. The Iranian strategy, it's actually pretty pragmatic. The Iranians are obviously aware of what's taking place in their region, and their strategy was to not completely abandon their nuclear program because they saw what happened to Muammar Gaddafi in Libya when he said, hey, I've got no more nukes. I'll do what you say. I'll give up my nukes.
And we gave him the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, we regime changed him, and he was executed by his own people in the most horrific way.
Oh, sodomized by a bayonet. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's break this down. Now, just think about this guy, this Joe Kent guy. And he was in charge of counterterrorism. Look, we know his military service, et cetera, stipulated. We know about his wife. In this statement with Tucker Carlson, you've heard the term fatwa before. We've heard it in context of Salman Rushdie. So he's trying to thread the needle here. This guy's a little hard to follow. And claiming they had a fatwa against developing a nuclear weapon. That is insane. This is their drive. This is what they wake up every day. All the other things they've done, all the Americans they've killed, all the stuff in their region, what they do to their people. We all get that. It is as severe as it comes. But the existential threat, and Radcliffe, the head of the CIA, Joe Kent, laid it out yesterday, within 6 months, they'd be able to have intercontinental ballistic missiles. Okay? And how do we know they were bragging about it? Their level of having a nuclear weapon. This guy who Catholics, look, they wouldn't come on with me, this National Catholic Prayer Gala tonight. They have a head of a nerve. I mean, what the heck are they praying for, bringing in Candace Owens? They ought to pray for repentance tonight. They ought to be on their knees saying, we repent. Bringing in a stone-cold hater, conspiracy monger, an anti-Semite, and Joe Kent, who borders on those things to me also, and saying wild stuff with Tucker Carlson, telling the American people, oh, yeah, we were wrong to do this. They had a fatwa against it. Think about that. They are driven to do this for their fanaticism. And this guy was in charge of counterterrorism. He's being made a big deal of by the left, by maniacs like Tucker Carlson. Are you believing they had a fatwa on this? And they weren't going to develop a nuclear weapon. So why are we going in there and doing that? Why are they bragging then about 11 nuclear weapons? And they still have it. We're trying to find what they have at this point and figure out how we can get it out of there. This is so convoluted. And this National Catholic group, I'm going to try to get them on. They're big-time players, a lot of money. Praying for what? when you're bringing people like this in, you ought to be praying for yourself, for your sanity. Go to confession and say, I've lost my mind. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem. He didn't get his side in here. Hey, Robert, welcome back.
Really sorry about that, Dom.
That's okay.
But my actual answer was outside the box, and I'm going to go with the metric system. Now, Dom, when we were kids, they tried to foist this metric system on us to change how we weighed things here in America.
Right.
And it did not take it all. But if you want somebody who knows the metric system, find a druggie, because they know what grams are, they know what kilos are, they know all of that stuff. It's incredible what people learn when they need to, and I'll leave it there. Thanks again.
You know what? And that's another reason, I'm sure you join me on this, of why this is so dangerous. Look, people want marijuana. We know that. I'm fine with that. But the metric system, no, we're not going on the metric system. No.
Well, see, Dom, okay, I am actually for legalization. I just have a deep-seated problem with buying weed from the government. That's not how it's supposed to work, man.
No, it should not. No, I'm in agreement. Look, I'm in agreement with what happened in Jersey. Even Ocean City wanted to have legalized marijuana. It was an open vote. I'd like to have more of them, so I'm on board. The only caution I would say is, and I'm going to ask Henry, we get him on when he comes back, how do they detect DUI with this? It's more difficult. That's the only outstanding issue I think that's still out there.
Well, if somebody's high and you look at them hard, they're going to get paranoid and admit it, Dom. So,
all right. Thank you, Robert. Let's go to let me go to Bill in Montco on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill. Good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'll get to my side question in a minute. But
sure.
I wanted to just parse what Pete Hegseth said about the no quarter remark.
Yes.
That I can't think of anything more dumb than he could say than that. Because no quarter has a connotation going back to the Middle Ages that you take no prisoners. As a matter of fact, during the Pacific campaign in World War II, that the Japanese gave us no quarter and we gave no quarter in return. And the official policy is this thing called reciprocity, and I've tangled with military lawyers over this, that we're going to treat prisoners as the way we would want to be treated, even if we know that they're not going to treat us the same way. That's a policy we're going to stick to. So Pete was getting into some really, dicey territory there.
I don't think it's a war crime by what he said, though.
It's loose language.
That's
I agree.
what I'm talking
It'd be a war crime if he gave an order like take no prisoners, coming right from him.
Yes.
And the troops took no prisoners, which they wouldn't do because American soldiers know better.
Right. And Bill, the loose language thing, that is a big flaw with Hegseth. When you see General Kane after him, that's how it ought to be done.
Exactly. Yeah. And the other part of it too is even though we practiced that in Iraq. We got if the insurgents captured any of our troops, they were tortured and killed. So the reciprocity went out the window, but we still stuck with it. I think if the Iranians would ever capture any of our, let's say our pilots, they would want to keep them as alive as propaganda value. Let's face it. That would be too good for them to pass up.
Absolutely. What's your side, Bill?
It's the Doobie Brothers. They went mainstream with that title.
Yes.
The double entendre, and called themselves very unabashedly, unapologetically, the Doobie Brothers, and everybody knew exactly what they were talking about.
It's a good one. Yes, the mainstreaming of this, okay? That's always the big breakthrough, not just something that's tangential. All right, more calls coming up. Scott Presler here at 2:30 today. He's right in the center of the action. I'm not sure what the Senate's doing at this point, why they're not duking it out 24 hours a day on this, because they want to get out of Dodge. Are they going to vote on this today? Why not be debating it now? The Save America Act. Scott is right there on Capitol Hill. All that straight ahead.
More games, more perks, less FOMO. Become a Phillies season ticket holder for the 2026 season to gain exclusive price-saving benefits, great seat locations, and more. Visit Phillies.com/season to secure a plan today. Fans 15 and over are sure to be loving this year's McDonald's opening night t-shirt. Snag yours on Saturday, March 28th when the Phils host the Rangers at 4:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Hey, it's Dawn. It's springtime. Stop looking for a lawn care service. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn delivering great results. It's safer for your family and your pets. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and just loving the results. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program, that's what I have, for a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, you're with Dom, coming to your calls here on Talk Radio 1210. This is Cut 7. Here is yesterday the CIA Director Radcliffe making the point that Iran could have had a fully functioning intercontinental missile in 6 months. And again, Democrats still hammering away, trying to open up a front on nothing was imminent here. I'd say that's pretty imminent on top of the other things. Cut 7.
I've heard some analysts say that Iran could have had a functioning intercontinental missile to threaten the United States in as few as 6 months. Would you agree with that assessment?
If left unimpeded, yes, Senator, they would have the ability to range missiles to the continental U.S. It's one of the reasons why degrading Iran's missile production capabilities that is taking place right now in Operation Epic Fury is so important to our national security.
All right, so there we go. That's his estimation on this. And one more before we take a call. This is Cut 14. Harry Enton, who calls him as he sees him on CNN. He's their polling. He's their data guy. Enton here talking about the approval of MAGA support, self-identified MAGA coalition, and that it's even larger than it was in 2024. Here's what Enton said on CNN.
I have my sports hat on now. It's all about a sports mentality, growing up in sports, being a tomboy. I mean, you look pretty healthy.
That's not it. Okay. All right, that's not it. Okay, just get 14. Let me know when we have it. 855-839-1210. You get on board? Let's go to Greg in the Northeast on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greg.
Hi, Kirk, Sean, Dom.
Hiya, Greg.
Good. That Joe Kent, this is sniffing out to be one of the Vindman brothers. I think it's Lieutenant Vindman?
Yeah, it is bordering his up until now. Yeah, and he's just the anti-Israel stuff is blended right into anti-Semitism. And Greg, within a few hours, he was billed to be on with Tucker Carlson, and the rollout on Twitter, people were putting it up. The rollout of all these anti-Israel sites, it was enormous across Twitter. He's deranged.
Oh, he has great service. You can't take that from him, but
exactly.
He's going to make the rounds. He already did Tucker Carlson. I'm sure he'll be on MS Now, or whatever it is, CNN, or any number of these news outlets that are right or left wing. And that, he's now, look, even Trump's people are out to, Trump's a madman. That's where it's going to go with that. But that's why I went on that. But let me go back to that Karg Island, the Strait of Hormuz. I think Trump is way ahead of people on this. The boots on the ground will sink him, but he's going to keep this threat up that he's going to put an American flag on one of those sides of that, one of those corners of that island? And why do you think now you're getting some help from other countries in NATO? Because he's going to claim some of that oil till he gets paid back. And that's scaring even the allies thing. I think that's what Trump's doing. I think he's foreseen this for a couple of weeks now. And we're only 22 days in. Let's not forget that.
Well, I differ with you. I hear the 22 days in, but you know what? The clock is ticking on this, Greg. It really is. And remember, the midterms on the horizon, our pivot toward that, we have to be fighting that battle right now. And again, takes a lot of focus away from it. So I think he's sensitive to the time. I think he's saying this is enough.
Oh, I don't doubt that, but I'm still saying 21 days is, if it goes into May and June, then he's done. I agree with you there. But if you go 2 more weeks of this, or he's getting some more play from the other NATO guys, NATO countries, I think that is an absolute win. And then the oil prices will plummet. And that's
hopefully,
he's playing the game.
And the Japanese seem to be one of the leaders in getting this done. What's your side, Greg?
My side is Rocky Mountain High. Every time I think of that, I think of John Denver. I mean, how prophetic was he? That song was from 1972.
That's right.
That song was from And when I think of John Denver, and you mentioned it, it was a quick, brief mention. You said the teachers union. Every time I think of John Denver, I can't help but thinking of Randy Weingarten.
Oh, no.
Why's that?
Yeah, she stole his wardrobe, his hairdo, and his glasses.
Thank you. I'm going to have to think of Randy Weingarten and John Denver. That's an interesting duo. Randy Weingarten is a great talk radio guest, without a doubt. But, a menace here. All right. So I was mentioning, here is a little bit more now of the situation with Harry Enton. How's the support for Trump vis-a-vis the war and everything else involved with it? Here's what he said on CNN. Okay. All right. Coming up, we'll have Dom's Money Melody, and we have a great prize for that. Scott Presler is at 2:30 today. We'll talk with Scott right in the thick of the action there on Capitol Hill about the Save America Act. What is the Senate doing today? Are they still debating this? I'm not getting anything on that. We will have a vote. There have been test votes that have moved forward. Will it be reconciliation? Or is it John Thune just thinking, hey, Democrats will pay? We're not making them pay. The point I made right at the top of the show, we're not making them pay enough for what they did to thousands of Philadelphians and across the country this morning. 4 a.m., people trying to get a jump start getting to the airport, and instead thousands in long lines there. You got to be on top of that with Republican operatives branding this, publicizing it, bringing donuts and coffee to people there in line. They have the funds, do it, and make the point, we are with you. We are not causing this. They are doing this to you. That's what they always do. They cause pain and misery in order to make the media try to make Republicans give in. And sadly, too many of these rhinos do give in. That's the story of the Republican Party. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
A diagnosis like heart failure hits your heart. You don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Gold prices are soaring, and silver is near an all-time high. If you want to get cash in your hands for your old or unwanted jewelry, now is the time. Get the most competitive prices at the Estates Roadshow. Old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold and silver are hot. 4 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Media, Cherry Hill, and now also in West Deptford. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The prices of gold and silver are at an all-time high, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow, Monday through Friday at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, in Media at the Hampton Inn, and in West Deptford at the Best Western. Need weekend days? Estates Roadshow is also happening Friday through Tuesday at TMT Casper Gold in Cherry Hill. More info? Visit estatesroadshow.com and follow Estates Roadshow on Facebook for all upcoming events.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Hey, it's Dawn here. Everybody knows how much we love the Piazza Auto Group at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Our friends at Piazza support what we do at the station, and that includes, of course, our radiothon benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation. Piazza Auto Group was founded by the late Vincent Piazza Sr., a Korean War veteran who built the company by supporting and serving our local community. To learn more about the Piazza Auto Group and their 40 area dealerships, visit piazzaautogroup.com. Tell Dolan sent you.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. We'll have Dom's Money Melody coming up for a great prize. Scott Presler today at 2:30, right from the Capitol, right in the center of what Republicans are up to. I put up on my Twitter at DomShow1210, and again, it's so infuriating, and it's Democrats and Republicans. It's Nancy Wasserman, no, I'm sorry, it's the Mace woman, Congresswoman Mace, and Wasserman Schultz from Florida, both of them being escorted. They have an escort even at the airport, taking them ahead of the line. In other words, they're not going through those lines in Washington at the airport. They're being taken through the lines by an escort, just boldly walking right through. Both of them. Sickening. Neither one of them, Mace included, the Republican, should have a word to say about any of this. They ought to wait in those stinking lines so that they experience it. Well, what will that do? What will that do? Well, you're not going to change Wasserman Schultz. You just have to defeat her. But Mace is another problem. Where are Republicans here locally? With this opportunity this morning, when we saw at 4 a.m. people going to the airport, worthy people trying to make a living, probably traveling business, trying to get ahead of what they knew would be a disaster, and the lines were out into the parking lot, the garage. Where are they? Offer him a cup of coffee, donuts, something like that, and say, we're with you. We are with you in this. But did you know, you're not going to defund ICE. ICE has the money from the big, beautiful bill. That's still happening. We're not going to give up on the mask. Look, if the Trump administration gives up on the mask, I don't know about you, but I'll say it clearly here. I'm out. I don't want to hear any other reason. There's no reason ever to give up on that. We know exactly the reason for it. They've offered Democrats various things that would be a compromise of sorts around ICE. You don't have Nome there anymore, Corey Lewandowski and Bovino. You have Homan, and hopefully you're going to have Mullen there. It's a different tone. It's a different structure. It's buttoned up. Democrats don't want to die on this hill to defund, to please their base. And Republicans just don't see the opportunity, particularly here locally, to capitalize on that. And if the media is there, get into it with them. One of these local yokel media is there. Well, you know, this, that, and the other. Explain. You're bringing coffee. You're bringing donuts. You're the good guys and women. You're on the side of this. You're not causing this. They are doing this, and it's getting worse every day. And as we get closer to more springtime and then more summer stuff, Henry was lucky yesterday. The time that he left, he told me, he was talking with him, was about 15 minutes. But he was going around 7 o'clock at night. It's apparently the early morning at Philadelphia International, but it was beyond a mob scene today. How can you make people get there at 4 and maybe they can't get on a plane until 8 or something and go through this? And I'm watching these two congresswomen just boldly, they have an escort with them, going in Washington and going through the line. How in the world is that possible? Both of them, shame on you, and every one of them. They shouldn't be able to get, I know there's a bill, it'll take forever. No, they don't get to pass. They don't get to cut through the line. They have to endure what the average American does. It's an opportunity. There's plenty of opportunities out there. All right, 855-839-1210. Gotten some really good ones today. We're looking on the side questions, something associated with marijuana. Person, place, thing, real or fictional. The metric thing was pretty good insight into what goes on with this. Henry in the Mile High City. So we'll see on that. On the war front, we talked about the fact tonight there is this, I think they're a mainstream group. Let me give you the exact name of it. The Catholic Prayer for America Gala 2026. So this is a prayer of a big-time Catholic group, big fundraiser to pray for America 2050. That's the front. That's the headline. Yet, tonight, Candace Owens and Joe Kent are two of the featured speakers. This is bad for big-time Catholic groups. Are you insane? These are people that are anti-Semitic, that are blaming Israel for all of this, who are weakening us by putting that through their ecosystem, even though there still is very good support for what we're doing in Iran based upon what Iran was up to and what the best calculation is here about where they were going. And Tulsi Gabbard yesterday, and again today before the House, made the point that the president is the one, ultimately, that gets to decide when this is imminent. And I think the Democrats have opened this up, saying that, well, don't you get to decide as director of intelligence? No. That's not the point. I don't even know if they should label it that. They give the president the facts on this, their best guesses, and then the president of the United States has to determine, should we commit the military to this, that if we don't, Iran might get a nuclear weapon. Their intercontinental ballistic missiles are going to be closer here. Is this the time to go in? What the Carlsons, Megyn Kellys, Candace Owens, Joe Kent, what they're doing is they're trying to tell you Israel made us do it. And Israel is always going to do it. That's what it's about. In blunt terms, Catholic group tonight, are you insane? They're saying the Jews made all this. That's what they're saying. You're going to have a big dinner with these people. You're going to sit there and listen to them bloviate. They're also, Kent, Carlson, Candace Owens, they're invoking the name of Charlie Kirk. And they're trying to tell us, after the brutal way we saw Charlie Kirk, a young dad who had more reach than I knew even, be assassinated in Utah, that Kirk saw all this coming, constantly warned about what? Israel, and about this going down. How shameful does it have to get? How far does it have to get before you say, no, they're out of bounds? They have freedom of speech. They can say whatever they want, of course. But that doesn't mean that we have to identify with them and we have to give a platform of something as prestigious as this group tonight. Now, I got this information. It's not wide out in the media, from the Free Press, Barry Weiss. And on Twitter, they're saying, see, Barry Weiss, prominent Jewish, she's pushing this. It's Israel again. All right, you want to believe that. You want to go down that rabbit hole with Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and now Joe Kent. Go right ahead. But I don't think big-time Catholic groups immediately calls into play their credibility on anything to me. I'll see if we can get them on. It'd be quite a shootout. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is push pound 1210. So we're going to see whether or not this alliance now, Great Britain, France, Japan, a couple of others, Italy, is going to get us through the Straits of Hormuz. And I'm not exactly sure why that would be the case, because the only thing I know, they apparently have kept up on minesweeper technology maybe better than we have. That's the argument that's out there that you should know. If we can open up the strait and commerce happens again, that's a big plus. But I told you, the devil is in these shipping companies and the like. Will insurance cover it if a ship gets sunk or damaged? The insurance companies are balking at that. Also, President Trump, and this is a good thing, is meeting with oil executives today, the big oil companies coming in. And again, we get back to, are these prices that we're seeing legit, given our energy dominance? And I've been talking about the Sunoco station that I used to use. I wouldn't use them again. They're way out of line. Raising it the other day by 40 cents after they had jacked it up to $4. The thing to do is not to have the government get in. It's for people to pay attention to it, for you to fill up where you think they're reasonably following what's going on versus taking advantage. All right, 855-839-1210. Before we take any calls, right now it is time for Dom's Money Melody. Okay.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, it is Dom's Money Melody, and every day around this time we hit it. We have a great prize today. We have a pair of tickets to Mozart's Requiem on April 9th at the Kimmel Center, Marian Anderson Hall, courtesy of Ensemble Arts Philly. Tickets are available at ensembleartsphilly.org. All right, what's the question today, Kirk?
So
Yes.
I was tasked with the Money Melody for while Henry's out. And initially, I was like, I had no idea what country or song I want to do. But with this side question, I was like, winner, chicken dinner.
Okay.
So the side question is anything associated with pot.
Yes.
So there's a song that was with the Beatles called Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds.
Yes.
It was known about with pot. Denial. However, there was one actor who started out as a recording artist, covered this song. I want to know the name of this actor. The only clue that I'm going to give is my first name. My first name, Kirk.
Okay, that's his name. Got it.
Take a listen.
Okay.
Okay, this actor has my first name. Second clue, play different roles in police officer as well as a lawyer.
Okay. All right. So hit us with that. All right. It's a pretty bad cover in Henry's tradition of bad covers. Wow, this guy. Woo. All right, hit us with that. Who is that covering this song? 855-839-1210. We'll get a winner, and you are off to Mozart's Requiem. Your call's coming up. And President Trump, one other note, saying today, obliterated everything there is to in Iran. From where I sit and what I can tell, best judgment, that's true. But they're still functioning in some way, shape, or form. So what do we do next is real. This has been not easy, and it was a bold move to do it, but now the hard part happens. By the way, crude oil down. Now, I'm not sure if this is due to the Strait of Hormuz and the allies coming in. It was 119 a barrel, I think, at some point in the show today. It's down to about 95. That's good. Let's see if it continues to go down before the end of the show. 855-839-1210.
Some companies add kitchens and baths when business slows down. At Kitchen Magic, it's all we've done for 46 years. That focus matters. It's why over 60,000 homeowners have trusted us. It's why we're family-owned and operated. It's why we manufacture locally. And it's why March is our biggest month of the year. Right now, get 40% off installation on your kitchen or bath remodel. Kitchen Magic. Specialists then, specialists now, specialists always. Call or visit our website now to schedule your free consultation.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Where has all the money gone?
Is Mike
That's right. It's Tom's Money Melody here on Talk Radio 1210. Here's the clue. All right, hit us with who this actor is. Kirk is the first name, right,
Yep,
Kirk?
it's
Okay.
it's the last name in a TV show.
All right, let's go to Paul in Plymouth Meeting. Hey, Paul, good afternoon. What's your answer today?
Good afternoon. Would that be William Shatner?
Nicely
Captain James
done.
T. Kirk?
All
Nicely
right,
done.
Yes, one of my nicely played, Captain Kirk. Beautifully played. He's done everything. He's covered everything. He's done it, and he's one of my 5 biggest guests ever. Great guest in talk radio.
Yeah.
Almost nobody better. I
And
think I've had him 5 or 6 times. He's unbelievable.
And truth be told, like I said, I was going to had this, ready because I was going to do a country, what have you. But I'm like, you know what? I'm going for it. And
I love it. You can't go wrong with Captain Kirk.
Yep.
Scott Presler here at 2:00. The other big story today, he's in the Capitol trying to work over these Republicans with respect, as he always said, the Save America Act. And again, America is with Republicans on this. And what's developed now, Democrats are trying to pretend they are for the photo ID. Here's a little bit, though, of Chuck Schumer, a little montage. Sean, it's cut 16. Here's Schumer. Again, he sees Jim Crow constantly. Cut 16. All right, we're just, I know computers can be functional. Okay, with little technical difficulty. Okay. 855-839-1210. We're coming to you. One other thing, the Republicans, the House Republicans caucus, Democrats really coming after this, is surging. The Sharia-Free America Caucus, it's called. I think it's up to 55 members, and every Republican ought to be part of this. People are concerned, we need to take a look at places like Minnesota and others, that this creeping Sharia law is all over the place, and we've had enough of it. All right, here's a little bit of Schumer on the Save America Act.
We have supposedly come a long way since African Americans in the South were forced to guess the number of jelly beans in a jar in order to be allowed to vote. America's generations-old caste system, typically associated with slavery and Jim Crow, stretching into the 21st century and poisoning the wellspring of any true democracy. Republicans are trying to limit absentee and mail-in voting, make it harder to post a ballot by drop box. What's the rationale? Stop it. Jim Crow in the 21st century, rearing its ugly head once again. Shame on them. Shame. It is infuriating. They're even fined with policies that criminalize giving food and drink to voters at the polls. These laws
let's stop it there, Sean. So
are anathema.
We heard that with Major League Baseball. Remember that in Atlanta? Untrue. You know that's untrue. The other thing he said there, along with all the Jim Crows, was talking about drop boxes. Why do Democrats want all those drop boxes? We played you Bob Casey Jr. talking about it this week because that's where massive cheating can happen. Who's monitoring these 24 hours a day? You're only allowed to put in your own ballot at drop boxes. Yet we routinely see thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Democrats engage in that. Now, if the drop box is in a secure government site and you have to take, okay, that's one thing. But all over the place, more drop boxes. Are they trying to make it that people can vote more easily or cheat? They're trying to cheat. This is what they engage in. This is why Philadelphia has this reputation. They will do anything to win. When threatened, they will pull out all stops and dare you to do anything about it. Krasner will not. So I began the show today talking about the lines we see at the airport. Two parts of that. One, they're doing it. They're making people miserable. So people that were there at 4 a.m., I bet some of them had to get up at maybe 2:30 in the morning to get there at 4 a.m. And what do they face? A sea of people as they're trying to do business and get on a flight or a vacation. It doesn't matter. You don't have to explain to Democrats why you're trying to get on a flight. But where are Republicans? Here's one thing. Here's one thing these Republicans like Nancy Mace could do. You can check my Twitter out. You see the two of them walking with security, cutting the lines in Washington. Mace and Wasserman Schultz, one a Democrat, one a Republican. Disgraceful, both of them. What they could do is say they have a privilege, whatever they want to call it, to cut the line somehow or another here. They're members of Congress. That during this crisis caused by the Democrats' Nancy Mace big mouth, we're giving up that privilege. We're going to go with whatever the line is when we get there at that time. Because Democrats are making people miserable. How about if Republicans did that and told the media they were doing that and challenged Democrats to do that? That would be something. I'm just spitballing here for a moment. But I'm sure you would agree, and I would call attention to it. Democrats are not going to do that. And you know they won't do it. Republicans ought to, in a united front, do that. Call attention to this. It's a political winner. Democrats think it's a winner for them. Even though you know and I know ICE is covered financially in the big, beautiful bill. They're holding up everything else. They're making the nation less secure. And I get all that. That's kind of pie in the sky. You know what I look at? Convenience. And when I think of those lives of people in Philadelphia Airport today, having to endure that for no reason in the greatest country in history, except for a bunch of miserable, stinking Democrats, like Chuck Schumer calling it Jim Crow Part 2, 2.0. More drop boxes. How many drop boxes do we need? How can we keep up with them and have election integrity when they won't sign off on anything that will give us election integrity, including illegals voting? All righty, let's get a couple more people on the side question. Then Scott Presler will be here. Al is in Philly. Al, you're next on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Al. Welcome.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Al, thanks, Al.
I know that made everybody unhappy.
Yeah, that's okay.
My movie is Up in Smoke with Cheech and Chong. Now, if you're my age, you probably remember it.
Why that? Why did you choose that?
Because that's every movie they make is about marijuana. If you remember, he's holding the joint that's the size of a damn like a Zeppelin, like smoking this whole
That's it, Al. You're selling it. That's the whole idea. That's what I'm urging you to do. That's a call. All right, yeah, Cheech and Chong sort of mainstreaming it. They made a lot of comedies. They were mainstream figures. Zenos in Upper Darby.
Get ready for this.
Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos, welcome in.
Good afternoon, Dom, and Happy New Year again.
Happy New Year. Thank you, Zenos.
Well, I'm going to start with the side question. It's about me. Years and years ago, you know, when everybody's smoking some weed and a joint, I came up with a saying. Instead of saying, man, you know, people say, you got a joint, I came up with it and said, yo, man, you got some twist.
Why twist?
Well, because, you know, you're rolling the joint and you're twisting it.
Okay.
And what happened is I sort of got, hey, man, here comes twist, because I gave it the name.
Oh, my God. Was this in Greece or was this here in Upper Darby?
No, Tom, this was in Upper Darby.
Upper Darby, okay. All right.
Yeah, right by a school called Carnington.
Okay. Oh,
and they
my
say,
God.
hey, man, here comes the Twister. And when we used to go in the bar, yo, Twist, what's up? So
Well,
I probably gave too much away, and they probably know who I am, which I really don't care.
Well, when we meet, we're going to, people out loud will be calling you Twist now. You can rest
You
assured
can do
of
that. You can call me Twist.
Exactly.
Xenos, whatever you want. Now, my side, the other thing, if I can elaborate real fast, because, I talk too much sometimes, this guy, Kent, he's saying that Iranians were against the fatwa of making out a bomb.
That's what a fatwa is, yes.
Right. You know what? I'll believe that by this guy saying that when you see a Clydesdale climb up a tree and make a nest.
What?
All right, Xenos.
A Clydesdale horse, a Budweiser horse. I'll believe that saying with that guy. When you see that horse, the Clydesdale, climb up a redwood tree and make a nest up there, that guy does not know what he's talking about,
Exactly.
Tom.
What's your side again now? It's the Twist, right?
The Twist.
Gotcha.
Period. It's just Twist,
Right.
That's the name, the Twist.
Thank you, Xenos. Yeah, this is buried now. I wonder if this Catholic group tonight is aware that Joe Kent, who's speaking there, look, he has extremely exemplary military service, but these times call for straight up stuff. I played you the cut. I'll play it again tomorrow of him, Joe Kent, talking about, the Iranians had a fatwa. It's still in effect. You can't be making a nuclear weapon. A fatwa means they're going to kill you. Think Salman Rushdie. That's where we've heard fatwas, when they put a fatwa on you. Right there. Does that not tell you how dopey and wrong this whole thing is? He's claiming they issued a fatwa on anyone that would make a nuclear weapon. When day and night, that's all that they're trying to do. Come on. All right, the great Scott Presler's next. He's at the Capitol. What's happening with the Save America Act? That's next on Talk Radio 1210.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
The Declaration of Deals sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on select new vehicles, including the 2025 Wrangler, Grand Cherokee L, Gladiator, and the 2026 Durango and Pacifica. Or lease a new 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn for $425 a month for 39 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Hey, it's Nick Kale. Springtime means time to choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. Get started today. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. This is a limited time offer. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. We have the most extensive selection of fresh and premium foods, including raw, gently cooked, dehydrated, air-dried, freeze-dried, and of course, premium kibble and cans. The Dogs and Cats Rules stores are chock full of interactive toys, chews, and treats. Dogs and Cats Rules 7 neighborhood locations: Princeton and Pennington, New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in PA. Online at dogsandcatchroll.pet. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
And it is Dom time. We bring the best every day. Big issues, big guests. Nobody bigger than our guy right there at the Capitol, Scott Presler, on Talk Radio 1210. Scott, welcome in. How you feeling today?
Thank you, Dom. I am on the way to Butler, Pennsylvania from Capitol Hill to speak to the Lincoln-Reagan dinner tonight.
Well, Scott, how's it going on Capitol Hill? What's your sense of what's happening?
So yesterday I did an X Space, and I want to give a shout out to Congressman Randy Fine, Florida, Congressman Brandon Gill, Texas, Congressman McCormick out of Florida as well, and we were also joined by Burgess Owens out of Utah. And what I love about some of the House Freedom Caucus members is that many of them, including some of those members I just mentioned, are a no vote to any legislation coming out of the Senate until the Save America Act is passed. And so I think it's really incredibly important that we put gratitude in our attitude and we thank members of Congress when they're doing the right thing. Then, right afterwards, and by the way, that was 10:30 at night, 10:30 p.m. on a weekday, your members of Congress are jumping on an X Space to speak to the American people. Then Senator Lee out of Utah, he did a space, and we went up and joined him, and he was on with us until midnight, a senator talking to the American people. Now, please listen to me closely. If you all want the Save America Act to pass, as I do, you still have a few hours left today, but I need you to spend all day tomorrow calling and hear the message. The message to your senators is A, thank you for supporting the Save America Act. Thank you for allowing for debate on the Save America Act. However, do not invoke cloture on the Save America Act until we have the 60 votes necessary to pass it. Do not invoke cloture. Continue to debate until the legislation is done. Because I hear a rumor, Dom, that they may very well on Saturday vote to invoke cloture, and that would shut down the ability to move forward with the bill. So you guys need to get hot on the phones peacefully. You need to get texting, emailing, posting on social media, calling, and do it today and tomorrow, please, if you want the Save America Act to continue.
So where are we at this point? Well, Scott, let me ask it this way. Senator John Kennedy seems to be going toward reconciliation as the way to do it. That's the next step if this doesn't work. Or is that something that we should be looking at right now in your judgment?
I'm not sure that's a viable option.
Okay.
Please listen to what I said previously and make the phone calls to continue debate. Also, let's just be real. The Senate is supposed to recess from March 30th through April 10th. And I'd also say, very respectfully, no senator should be able to go home on a paid vacation until our beautiful TSA agents are fully funded again and the Department of Homeland Security has the funding that it needs to continue its operations. No senator should be able to go on paid vacation while the TSA can't even pay rent. I think that is unconscionable that our government would go on recess. And so make your voices heard. You know, I'm going to be flying tomorrow to South Dakota, and I'm going to get to my airport several hours early because I don't know what to expect. And I don't think our senators should receive any favorable attention while we, the American people, have to suffer because they can't get their acts together.
Exactly. And Scott, you've been busy on Capitol Hill today, et cetera. But here in Philadelphia, the focus of the show, even with the war, we had people at 4 a.m., meaning they must have gotten up at 2 and left at 3. Thousands and thousands in Philadelphia today stranded all the way out to the parking garages trying to get early flights. And yet, I put up on my Twitter, I'm sure you may have seen this, Wasserman Schultz and Nancy Mace cutting to the head of the line in Washington. They can't even engage with the pain of the average American, and they should not go on recess. That's even worse.
If I were a member of Congress, you know what I would have done? I would have gone through, and any person standing in line that was open to it, I'd introduce myself very briefly, shake their hand, say, listen, I'm Congresswoman Mace. Just want to let you know I'm going to keep fighting for you. I'm so sorry that this is happening, but I promise you we're going to continue to put pressure on the Senate Democrats to fully fund things to get life back to normal, but I'm working for you. You know, that, and I'm not here to discredit or, put blame on those members, but it's also about being responsible and being cognizant. And I hope the senators are able to fully fund at DHS before the March 30th recess. And I hope that Senator Thune does the right thing and goes, look, no recess until we fund DHS.
Well, Scott, that's why you're Scott Presler, though. Even not in Congress, you would do what I was talking about today, which is engage those people, court them, your words,
Yes.
maybe even bring them
Yes.
a donut and coffee and say, look,
Absolutely.
we're with you, and you know how to break it down and to say, this is what this is about. I'm not attacking Democrats to you, but I'm telling you, ICE is already fully funded. You have people working at TSA who are not being paid. They're barely getting by,
Yes.
if that, and you're standing in a line at 4 o'clock in America of thousands of people to try to catch a flight that you've already inconvenienced yourself for.
Well, Don, that sounds like a great opportunity. I don't know if you have any intent on doing it, but wow, what about having 1210 go out there and actually interview those people? And I bet you those clips would go viral all over social media.
It's on my radar screen, Scott. You read my mind for tomorrow, so I'm gearing up for it. I have some Presler tactics in mind. Hey, Scott, where do we find you as all this continues? And then Monday we'll talk with you. Where do we find you?
Well, you can find me on Saturday morning, Saturday in America, Fox News Channel, thanks to the wonderful host, Kayleigh McEnany, who is going to be live showing our rally in Rapid City, South Dakota, when we bring our Save America tour to Senator Thune's backyard peacefully. So please turn on your television screens at 10 o'clock a.m. on Saturday morning, and you'll be able to see what we're doing in order to continue putting peaceful pressure to pass the most comprehensive election integrity reform legislation in American history. And then, of course, earlyvoteaction.com.
And Scott, any Pennsylvania? Are you coming here? Do you have a tour set up? I know you're a one-man band with this, and you've got great people working with you. It takes a lot to put these on. Do you have others in mind?
I hope to. You know, Fetterman said he won't support proof of citizenship. So please be mindful that Fetterman, you know, until he supports the Save America Act, we're coming very respectfully for his seat. But I will be going to Kentucky, Alaska, Maine, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, all over. And I'm grateful for the opportunity, as always, to come on your show. Thank you,
Well,
Doug.
Scott, we'll be watching on Saturday morning, too. Be safe, Scott, and well. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
All right, there's Scott Presler here. What an honor it is to have him, to bring him to you. He's right in the center of the action. The least they could do is say during this, we are not going to be using, cutting the line, so to speak, here. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Now, it's not just the Sunoco station over on, let's see. The Sunoco station on Stenton and the one across the street are creeping very close to it. $3.95, both of them for regulars, he reports to me. Okay? I think we're starting to see fours out there. Are these justified? Well, certainly the Sunoco over Rittenhouse near Lincoln Drive, $4.40. I don't see the justification. They can do it. I don't think it should be illegal. They can charge whatever they want. But I think people ought to remember the brands and the gas stations where you go and what they do. 855-839-1210. Democrats offering stiff resistance to what we just talked about with Scott Presler, the Save America Voter ID Act and Citizenship Act. The Citizenship Act is a tell. They want illegals to be able to vote. In places like Pennsylvania, we know they've been doing it. That's come out in the last couple of weeks. So do Republicans have the guts, the staying power to push this through, something that America wants? Well, John Thune and Barbarossa and these guys like this, they don't inspire me, but they're all we have in the game. So we got to be behind this. Presler's right as this continues. And as it continues Monday, he'll be with us. All right, it is the lightning round next. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I love the Second Amendment, and I love Bob's Little Sports Shop. And for 60 years, Bob's has been in business, helping people become safe, responsible gun owners, myself included. I just went there and bought 2 new firearms, did some range time, working on my skills. NRA range safety certified instructors who will help you, and they'll help you with the paperwork, too, every step of the way. Now, ladies, listen up. They got a great event coming up. Ladies Only Shoot, March 28th at 6 p.m. This women-only event features women instructors in a comfortable, supportive environment. No dudes allowed. No firearms ID card? No experience? No problem. Just bring your interest and willingness to learn. And Bob's is the only range around that does these kind of ladies-only shoots with ladies-only instructors. It's a great thing. So don't wait. Space is limited. Go to bobslittle.sportshop.com. bobslittle.sportshop.com. Safe, responsible gun ownership to protect yourself and your family. It is so vital. March 28th, 6 p.m., ladies only shoot. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, $105,000.
We did it! Your response was overwhelming.
God bless the greatest audience in radio history.
Thank you for supporting WPHT's 9th Annual Radiothon and the Travis Manion Foundation. Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. We compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
We're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County on Tuesday, April 14th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Build your savings with American Heritage Credit Union. Choose 3 to 60-month certificates and IRA options, including a 36-month certificate at 3.81% APY or a 12-month IRA certificate at 3.91% APY. Prefer flexibility? Our high-yield savings account earns 3.15% APY. For the proactive, for the people, not for profit. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. The lightning round coming up here in a moment. Something associated with marijuana, Henry, in the Mile High City. That's where that came from today. By the way, just speaking with Scott, what we're up against are outfits that are dopes that are out there. Pearl Jam, of all people, posting and apparently talking at a concert. Make your voice heard. Call your senators today and let them know you oppose all forms of voter suppression. Tell them to vote no on the SAVE Act. And then they give a list of how this is going to suppress the votes. It's completely fallacious, completely Democrat talking points. But what's the power of that? Who's listening to Pearl Jam? Well, people don't pay attention to it like talk radio listeners. They see that out there, and that's the sense they get of this. And then we have to deal with these weaselly Republicans who, even though the greatest majority of Americans, it's an 80-20 issue on this, they will not. They're caving all over the place is the problem. So we'll see what they do tomorrow, full coverage, and then Saturday. And I hope Scott Presler does a rally here. We'll let you know on that. Let's go to Lance in South Philly. Lance is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance.
I was in Chestnut Hill working today, and I drove past the gas station up there, the Shell.
Yes.
Price is still high.
How much was
but
it, Lance?
But they got money up there.
Yeah, how much was it?
I think it's like, I want to say $4.29.
Okay.
Maybe.
Right.
So, but they got money in Chestnut Hill.
Yeah, well, I don't know why we hear all these complaints about gas prices then. Maybe people are insulated from it. I just don't understand why you would pay more. I don't.
Because they have money, they don't care, and it's where they are. It's a location.
I guess, Lance, but there's plenty of other gas stations. You may be right. It may be that simple. The Sunoco station.
It's convenient.
Yeah,
and it's convenient.
I guess it is. They must like the food in the convenience store. So, Lance, what's your side today?
Well, one, marijuana is not native to America, so we'll get that out the way.
Okay.
But it's the plant cannabis. It's turned into hemp, and hemp in the early American colonies was used as a tax. It was used as a trade. It was used as money, and farmers were encouraged to grow it.
Exactly.
To turn it into fibers. It doesn't rot, and without it, Spain and Great Britain couldn't become naval sea powers that they became.
Well put. Thank you, Lance. The great Joe of Exton. The great Lance, I should have said, too. He's a heck of a guy. Joe of Exton with us. Hey, Joe.
Yes. Hello, Dom.
Hi, Joe.
And good afternoon.
Afternoon.
When I hear the word marijuana, I think of the year 1969 and the rock musical event held on a farm in upstate New York in a place called Woodstock, which was overrun by a deluge of the hippie generation, which engaged in marijuana and random sex.
Well, I don't know if I'd quite call it random. You might say, random sex. Put that down as a drop. The man he rolls them out every day. Who else is going to say that? A lot of truth in that, but the random sex remark is quite masterful from Joe.
Exactly.
All right, the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl.
Hey, Dom. Before the days of quote-unquote legalization, there used to be stuff called guerrilla grows, where people would go, say, out in California. They'd go out into very difficult areas of state land, like state parks and everything, in order to grow in the forest. And they would actually steal the guardrails from the sides of the highways and turn them into irrigation ditches in order to irrigate their crops. Or if you've ever driven down 95 in the south, say like in the Carolinas, and you see those big median strips that they have in between the north and southbound lanes, police always used to find illegal grows of marijuana inside the median strips all the time. And that was before you were allowed to actually, build a building and grow it and sell it.
All right. So that's the side answer today, Earl. Thank you, Earl. Good history of this. One more. Bill in Bucks. Hey, Bill. Welcome in. What do you have today?
Hey. Oh, thank you very much, Dom. Happy New Year once again.
Well,
and I do have a side question.
Sure.
It was performed by, it's a song actually performed by a duo, Brewer and Shipley, made number 10 in April 1971 on the Billboard charts. It was a song a little bit about overindulging. It was called One Toke Over the Line, Sweet Jesus.
I gotcha. I thought you were going to sing a little bit. Alan gets the last word. Alan in Hamilton. Alan, what's yours?
I'm remembering the great drummer, Krupa,
yes,
who was associated with marijuana, and that always was a distraction for his talent as a drummer.
All right, thank you, Alan. It was kind of manic, to put it mildly. Buddy Rich, I don't know about it. Same kind of thing, too. Very top flight. All right, Kirk, who did you like today?
I'm still chuckling, giggling inside with Joe.
Well, random sex. Got to take that as a drop. Just drop it in occasionally. It refreshes it. Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm going to go with Robert in Bensalem with metric system. The scales.
Sean, how about you?
Yeah, I'm going to head to second there, but Robert with Bensalem with the metric system.
I thought it was a great call. I called back with it, the kilos, the whole thing. And as a proponent, he said he had some knowledge of this. So Robert, his name goes into the hat. Tomorrow, we'll have a winner. I'm working up. I may have to go to the Henry Well again with the Denver thing. Today was a good one, though.
Yeah.
I don't know what else is out there. But also tomorrow we have Jeff Van Drew with us, among others. And we will see this Catholic group tonight. Mark my words, it's going to make a lot of news. When you have both Joe Kent and Candace Owens speaking, maybe they'll come to their senses and say, yeah, they have freedom of speech, but we don't want to be eating fancy dinners with two people who are just at best anti-Israel, really anti-Semitic. Blame Israel. That way we can undercut all of this. That's the way to go. And it's sad when you see somebody with the military record of Joe Kent be in that camp to continue down this path. The good news is that crude oil has gone down. It's about 96 now. It was 119 or so when I came per barrel when I came on. So that's down, but gas prices gone up. By tomorrow, through most of the Philadelphia area, you're going to be seeing $4. We'll be on top of that and talking about that. And maybe a prayer that tomorrow at the airport, I don't know, is Friday a bad day to fly early on? It won't be as bad as today. But Republicans got to win these people over. Let them know who is it that's making life miserable and already difficult to travel by air at 4 o'clock in the morning. Who in the world is doing that? Thanks to Kirk and Sean for producing today. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Follow me on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. I think Mary Walter's in next, the afternoon show. Talk Radio 1210.